welcome our chief guest here this afternoon, the Honourable Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Honourable Dinesh Gunawardena, who will be joining us in the hall very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we now welcome our chief guest, the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Honourable Dinesh Gunawardena, and we also, of course, welcome the other dignitaries as they now join us right here at the lighting of the oil lamp, signifying an auspicious beginning to our proceedings here this afternoon. And to now do the honours of lighting the traditional oil lamp, I'd like to invite the following officials to join us, including, of course, the chief guest, the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Honourable Dinesh Gunawardena, Secretary to the Prime Minister, Mr. Anuradha Sanayaka, Chairman, Gamini Korea Foundation, Dr. Lloyd Fernando, Deputy Chairman of the Gamini Korea Foundation and Lead Economist, World Bank, Dr. Harsha Atharupana, former Governor, Central Bank and Board Director of the Gamini Korea Foundation, Dr. Indrajit Kumaraswamy, Board Directors, including Dr. Dushni Veerakoon, Mr. Ravinatha Arya Singha, Professor Sirimevan Kolombage and Mr. Harin De Silva Vijayratna. And we'd also like to be joined by Chief Operating Officer of the Gamini Korea Foundation, Mr. Lasitha Devendra. Thank you very much to our dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing now as we invite our dignitaries to take the seats at the head table. We'd like to be joined on the head table by our chief guest, the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Honourable Dinesh Gunawardena, Chairman of the Gamini Korea Foundation, Dr. Lloyd Fernando, Deputy Chairman of the Gamini Korea Foundation, Dr. Harsha Atharupana, Session Chair and Board Director Professor Sirimevan Kolombage, and the former Governor of the Central Bank and Board Director of Gamini Korea Foundation, Dr. Indrajit Kumaraswamy. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we now stand in attention for the national anthem of Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka Mata, Appa Sri Lanka, Namo 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 Mata. Sundara Sri Tarini, Surani Ati
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may please take your seats now. Well, on that note, good afternoon to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to the inaugural review of the Sri Lanka Innovators Forum organized by the Gamini Korea Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we begin with our inaugural review today, allow me to briefly introduce to you the Gamini Korea Foundation. The Gamini Korea Foundation, or GCF, was set up by the late Dr. Gamini Korea in the year 2000 as a foundation to take his passion for development globally, with a particular emphasis, of course, on Sri Lanka. The Gamini Korea Foundation is an autonomous, not-for-profit, charitable institution that aims to promote development-related multidisciplinary research. The mission of the foundation is to contribute to the socio-economic development of Sri Lanka, as well as other low-income or middle-income countries, through informed, independent, and high-quality research. Now, the Sri Lanka Innovators Forum, or the SLIF, is an initiative of the Gamini Korea Foundation, and it is aimed at meaningfully contributing towards resolving complex economic issues confronting the country today. The Sri Lanka Innovators Forum brings together like-minded thought leaders and subject specialists to discuss, debate, and agree on pressing issues in a variety of sectors and devise sustainable economic models, processes, and practices. We firmly believe that the Sri Lanka Innovators Forum is a step forward in the direction towards prosperity for our nation, and we're honored that this afternoon we are joined by each of you, a brilliant gathering of academics, diplomats, thought leaders, business leaders, experts in their fields, as well as well-wishers. Thank you all for joining us today as we mark the inaugural review of SLIF. On that note, we are ready now to listen to the welcome address, and before we are joined by the gentleman doing the welcome address, allow me to introduce him to you. Dr. Lloyd Fernando, the chairman of the Gamini Korea Foundation, has an MSc from the prestigious Friendship University, Moscow, and a DPhil from the University of Sussex. He joined the Ministry of Planning and Economic Affairs as a research officer in 1967 and retired prematurely in 1993 as State Secretary, Ministry of Policy Planning and Implementation, and Director General, National Planning, which were two posts that he held concurrently. He then proceeded to Manila in the Philippines to take up the position of Alternate Executive Director at the Asian Development Bank. On his return to Sri Lanka, he held the position of Chairman, Marga Institute, a premier socio-economic research institute in Sri Lanka, which was a post he held for a period of 5 years. He was also founder director of the Institute of Policy Studies and headed the Public Administration Program of the Postgraduate Institute of Management, University of Sri Jayawardenepura, for well over a decade. Well, with this introduction, ladies and gentlemen, to now deliver the welcome address, it's my pleasure to invite to the lectern the chairman of the Gamini Korea Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Lloyd Fernando.
Honorable Prime Minister, Venerable Vimalaratna and other members of the clergy, members of the diplomatic corps, and other distinguished guests. It is my privilege and pleasure to say thank you for your presence here today. Your participation is a great source of inspiration to the efforts of the Gamini Korea Foundation. The foundation was fully established in 2004 by Dr. Korea as its first chairman and Dr. Godfrey Guntilaka as vice chairman. Other members included Dr. Nimal Sandaratna, Dr. Harsha Trupana, Priya Amarasinghe, and myself. It would be superfluous to explain the role played by Dr. Korea, both internationally and in his home country, as it is well documented. After a long stint abroad, he was keen on making a worthwhile contribution to Sri Lanka's development needs. To quote from his memoirs, he says, "Back in Sri Lanka, I continued my links with such institutions as the Institute of Policy Studies, MARGA, the National Association of Science and Technology, the Sri Lanka Academy of Science, and the Open University. I also gave attention to the establishment of a foundation which would take the form of an independent endowment devoted to the activities, both national and international, that occupied my professional career. The decision was motivated in large part by my single status on the one hand and the properties that I had largely inherited from my mother on the other." Then he continues, "My aim was to set up and endow a center of intellectual activity devoted to the issues that concerned my entire working career, issues of development, both national and international. The center is now registered under the company law of Sri Lanka." That's what he said. Finally, he added, "It is my hope that I will be able to devote my energies increasingly to the development of the foundation in the period ahead." Unfortunately, he passed away on 3rd November 2013, leaving us the responsibility of fulfilling his dream. In fulfilling this dream, we are obliged to follow two basic principles that guided him. First was his non-partisan and non-prejudiced approach to understanding development issues and recommendations. According to his long-standing colleague and friend, Dr. Godfrey Guntilaka, he was guided by, I quote, "an ideology which steered clear of dogmatic positions, both of the neoliberal or the Marxist schools, and advocated development policies and restructuring of international institutions to promote growth with equity both at the global and national level." Dr. Guntilaka also mentions Dr. Korea's unique capacity to see things steadily and see them whole. This, according to my understanding and phraseology, is called the holistic approach to development, the basic principle of development policy and national planning. If I may express my own view, uncoordinated, piecemeal approach to policy making has been the bane of our country. If we continue in this fashion, without exaggeration, I could say that we are bound to face a socio-economic and political calamity of unprecedented proportion. The answer lies in an effective system of national planning and implementation based on principles of good governance. This is where the Gamini Korea Foundation could be helpful. We have already started the ball rolling by commissioning 20 issues papers. 15 of these papers prepared by subject specialists are ready for scrutiny. They will be presented for discussion through a series of webinars starting in mid-March. One of the key objectives of the discussion series is to obtain recommendations that would be helpful to policymakers. We will do our best to engage Sri Lankan residents abroad in this exercise so that they could share with us their knowledge of various innovative practices to which they have better access. This is why we call our program Sri Lanka Innovators Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Dr. Lloyd Fernando for those opening remarks, setting the tone for our inaugural review of the SLIF here this afternoon. Well, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to invite all of you to turn your attention to the screen as we're now about to view an introductory video of the Gamini Korea Foundation and the Sri Lanka Innovators Forum. Take a look.
The Sri Lanka Innovators Forum, SLIF, is an initiative of the Gamini Korea Foundation aimed at meaningfully contributing towards resolving the complex economic issues confronting the country today. The Gamini Korea Foundation was founded to take forward the passion of Dr. Gamini Korea to achieve just and equitable economic development in all countries. The late Dr. Gamini Korea was an internationally renowned Sri Lankan economist and an outstanding product of the universities of Cambridge and Oxford. Born on the 4th of November 1925 to Dr. C.V.S. Korea and Freda Korea, sister of Sir John Kotalavala, the then Prime Minister of Ceylon. Dr. Gamini Korea's grandfather and granduncle were the famous freedom fighters from Chilo, Victor Korea, who was a member of the Legislative Council of Ceylon, and Charles Korea. His uncle, Sir Claude Korea, was at the forefront of Sri Lanka's entry onto the world stage at the independence and for many years thereafter. Gamini Korea was educated at the Royal College Colombo, after which he started his higher education at the University of Ceylon in 1944 before going to study at Corpus Christi College, Cambridge and Nuffield College, Oxford from 1945 to 52. There he obtained 2 BAs and MAs from the University of Oxford and the University of Cambridge and a DPhil from University of Oxford. He was the first Sri Lankan to obtain a doctorate in economics. He was also the first Sri Lankan to obtain a doctorate from Oxford University in any subject. He was a key member of the Planning Committee for Sri Lanka's first 10-year plan, 1959, which sought to raise economic growth and reduce poverty. Among his numerous achievements was his appointment as the Secretary General of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, where he negotiated the terms of the Loan Convention, a landmark agreement providing development and access to European markets to Africa and the Caribbean. He was an early proponent of the equitable development who worked tirelessly for trade and development in developing countries. The Gamini Korea Foundation provides opportunities for meaningful economic engagement through rigorous multidisciplinary research to promote inclusive and sustainable development. The Gamini Korea Foundation, an autonomous non-profit institution, is committed to making a real and lasting difference in the lives of vulnerable people. The Sri Lanka Innovators Forum, SLIF, has been conceptualized by Gamini Korea Foundation to bring about change and infuse innovation into the processes of democratic governance and sustainable economic development. It aims to pursue in-depth research and dialogue, focusing on core sectors that need to be addressed and suggest innovative, results-oriented policy strategies to resolve the current economic crisis. The Sri Lanka Innovators Forum will bring together the like-minded thought leaders and industry stakeholders to discuss, debate and agree on pressing issues in a variety of sectors and devise alternative, sustainable economic models, processes and practices. A group of thought leaders who are also subject experts have been assigned to review the issues papers and provide necessary guidance and relevant research material to the respective authors. SLIF will transcend boundaries and barriers and invite specialists from all over the world to contribute their expert views and knowledge to enable Sri Lanka to face its current challenges effectively. 20 identified sectors have been assigned to experts to research and write issues papers on contemporary issues which have an impact on socio-economic development. The discourse will commence with questions that should be raised on good governance and administrative reforms. The other topics are tourism, export-oriented industrial development, macroeconomic policy, poverty reduction, reforming Sri Lanka's state-oriented enterprises, Sri Lanka's electricity and petroleum industry, Sri Lankan food crops, livestock and fisheries, transportation and highways, education, healthcare, shipping and logistics, international trade and investment, subnational policies, environment, women and development, ethnicity and socio-economic development, information technology, and foreign policy. The outcome of these issues papers forms a blueprint to be presented to policymakers as a landmark contribution from the Gamini Korea Foundation towards strengthening the economic recovery of Sri Lanka. You are invited to join the Sri Lanka Innovators Forum by logging on to the Gamini Korea website. Fill in the registration form, choose an area of expertise where you would like to share your knowledge, advice and comments on the issues papers posted under each thematic area. Sri Lanka Innovators Forum, beyond the barriers of tradition.
Well, that was a brief video for you, ladies and gentlemen, paying tribute to the brilliant work of Dr. Gamini Korea and also sharing with you the objective behind the Sri Lanka Innovators Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, the significance of this event today has been enhanced by the presence of our chief guest, who is the Honorable Prime Minister of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, Honorable Dinesh Gunawardena. And it's now our privilege to invite our Prime Minister to share his remarks with us here this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the lectern, Honorable Dinesh Gunawardena.
Venerable Mahasangha, members of the clergy, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, Dr. Lloyd Fernando, Chairman of the Gamini Korea Foundation, members of the Foundation, members from different academic community, and members representing the different corporate sectors of our country, ladies and gentlemen. Your participation today at this inaugural review of a valiant effort by the Gamini Korea Foundation is very encouraging. And as Prime Minister and as a member of the policy-making team of the government, whilst thanking you, I earnestly look forward to its outcome. The name Gamini Korea brings back to me nostalgic memories of a distinguished son of Mother Lanka. As we are celebrating the 75th year of independence, it is fitting to remember that just much like his grandfather, the Lion of Chilau, the national hero Victor Korea, Gamini Korea was an extremely patriotic person. In a very deep sense, he genuinely loved his motherland and our people. Especially having completed 2 bachelors, 2 masters, and PhD in economics from Oxford and Cambridge universities, he didn't hesitate at all to return home and get involved in serving the nation building cause. As Ceylon had just come out of the British occupation over 13 decades. As an economist and a central banker, he traveled length and breadth of Sri Lanka and understood the absolute poverty that prevailed among our people. Village after village, impoverished was spread wide and deep. These encounters, I'm sure, would have propelled him to become secretary of much important planning ministry at a fairly young age, where he was completely committed to developing poverty alleviation and economic development programs for government of that era. We are extremely grateful to him for establishing this foundation to support the country's policy making and management system through objective research and capacity building by using his own personal wealth. Today our country is facing an unprecedented challenge for development. Its manifestations are well known and need little elaboration. There are shortages of essential goods and services. What is available is offered at prices that are perhaps not affordable. Plethora of reasons are attributed to this situation, but in simple terms and fundamentally, the reason is the lack of import capacity. We managed this situation for a long time by borrowing, which is no longer possible, and finally had to declare bankruptcy. However, I must say that over the past 6 to 7 months, we feel we have regained the confidence of the lenders. To restore that confidence, we have to convince them that we could put the borrowed money to good use. That is possible not by describing a list of ad hoc measures, but by producing a coherent, consistent, and comprehensive plan with short, medium, long-term horizons. Yet plans have meaning and become convincing only if they have stakeholder support, particularly of the people whose patience will be tested. They will have to be convinced that they will be the ultimate beneficiaries of short, medium-term corrective measures that sometimes could be harsh and testing. This is the test of democratic governance. As Dr. Lloyd Fernando just mentioned, the importance of planning, we all would agree, all who are assembled here would agree, planning is a necessity either in state or even in some form in the private sector. No one works for today only, but everyone plans to work for the future, years to come. This needs planning. The government has already taken some corrective measures to make the market forces operational. The principal measures in this regard is the correction of the exchange rate and some tax adjustments to restore the dynamism of the market mechanism. The final outcome of the negotiations with the IMF will indicate the way forward in restoring market dynamism and the confidence of Sri Lanka's business partners. On behalf of the government, I am also pleased to note the very valuable effort made by the Gamini Korea Foundation to address some of the fundamental socio-economic issues faced by our country. The papers that have been completed on a sectoral basis will be of immense value to the policy making system. They could provide the basis for a meaningful dialogue among all stakeholders, government, members of parliament, business community, academia, and independent stakeholders. We have to bring in structural reforms that would in effect, at least in the short run, could be harsh, particularly on the poor. That is why structural reforms will have to be accompanied by a meaningful safety net to assist poverty alleviation programs. For this reason, our country is very well known for internationally for its poverty alleviation programs, but their effectiveness both in terms of inadequacy of provision as well as targeting of the beneficiaries has to improve greatly. For this reason, I commend your effort to prepare a meaningful poverty alleviation program. But let us not forget that all plans and programs are good only if they are properly implemented. In the 1960s, Sri Lanka's population stood at 10 million. And today it has doubled over 20 million. In fact, our government has embarked on a new program on food security and economic development to face the post-COVID challenges. I would like to know that you are addressing the need for overall administrative reforms. A local administration cannot be treated in isolation. Neither can administrative reforms work without addressing issues relating to overall governance. Issues relating to basic principles of governance, equity, transparency, accountability, and the rule of law must guide any meaningful program. They are important not only to promote productivity or to combat corruption, but more because of waste, idling and duplication which has been bane of our country. My good friend, Honorable D. Gunasekara is present here. I think 2 decades ago, I remember, you chaired a meeting to study the progress of the LRC. It's still lying unimplemented. LRC land hold of hundreds of thousands of acres lie unproductive and idling. I therefore appreciate your intention to treat these principles within a holistic framework. Let me also commend your effort not to work in isolation, but in collaboration with other institutions, agencies, and professionals dealing with similar concerns of development. I'm therefore glad to see the presence here today of representatives of such organizations, including international institutions that are keen to help our country to overcome the present predicaments. I would like to congratulate and encourage your efforts to bring into the fold the global Sri Lanka community who have access to knowledge of relevant innovative practices in other countries and at times of crisis. Dr. Gamini Korea distinguishedly served the UN system as Secretary of the UNCTAD and even as the Under-Secretary, for which he is greatly revered. During his stint, he saw disturbing parallels among new and emerging sovereign nations coming out of the colonial plundering, as poverty, economic destruction was in commonplace at that time. He made his global duty to bring about a discussion about these countries as he immersed himself in the South-South dialogue. Drawing parallels to present-day Sri Lanka, must engage in a similar dialogue between Asia's booming economies of India, China, and the ASEAN to elevate new poverty-stricken segments in the post-COVID world. He made a significant contribution to international trade, especially with regards to shipping formulas in the aftermath of the 1970s oil crisis. This is one of the most critical areas of Sri Lanka and for the global future. Sri Lanka's planning in the spread of wings and becoming an important naval and aviation hub in the post-COVID world must be further revisited and be well planned. Similarly, global trade, commerce had a huge impact during the COVID period. But as President Biden has stated, I may quote, strangely the shipping industry grew by 1,000%, making enormous profits, he says, addressing the US Congress during the same time of the COVID crisis. Few weeks ago, we saw how Turkey was devastated by an earthquake. We were hit by a tsunami long ago, 2 decades ago. These are unprecedented and unexpected natural calamities or pandemics humans have to face. During such situations, global trade and commerce, especially shipping and related, must take a more humanistic approach. I think that's what Dr. Gamini Korea would have canvassed globally. That is to assist the distressed. Finally, let me mention 3 other critical areas the GCF could take leadership in giving guidance: climate change, energy crisis, digitalization of the state and the related areas. I hope you will show positive interest in these aspects too. I'm happy that the Gamini Korea Foundation has taken this important forward step today, and that they will continue to strive both locally and globally, such as much as the benefactors. Wishing this nationally important project a success. Thank you, and Ayubowan.
Thank you very much to our chief guest, Honorable Dinesh Gunawardena, for your thoughtful remarks. So we'd like to take this opportunity to present before you our official booklet of the Sri Lanka Innovators Forum. I'd like to invite the chairman of the Gamini Korea Foundation, Dr. Lloyd Fernando. Sir, please present the official booklet of the Sri Lanka Innovators Forum to our chief guest, Honorable Dinesh Gunawardena, the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we say a big thank you to our chief guest for joining us here this afternoon. Thank you very much to you, sir. On that note, we will now move into our sessions for this afternoon. We are very delighted that joining us today, we have a brilliant group of thought leaders as well as subject matter experts. And I'm sure we're all looking forward to hearing and learning from the valuable insights that they have to disseminate amidst us today. So on that note, may I now begin by introducing to you the session chair for this session. The session chair is Dr. Harsha Atharupana, who is Deputy Chairman of the Gamini Korea Foundation and Lead Economist of the World Bank. He has a PhD and MPhil in Economics from the University of Cambridge and a Bachelor of Arts in Economics and Postgraduate Diploma in Economic Development from the University of Colombo. He has worked and written extensively on human development, education economics, general education, higher education, labor economics, health economics, and the economics of poverty and income distribution. His experience covers working in countries such as India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Afghanistan, and the Maldives in the South and East Asia regions, Europe and Central Asia, Africa, as well as countries in the Middle East and North Africa region. So with that introduction, we are now happy to recognize Dr. Harsha Atharupana as our session chair.
So thank you very much. And our first speaker will be Dr. Howard Nicholas, who is
It's my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce Dr. Howard Nicholas to you. Dr. Howard Nicholas is a Sri Lankan economist with extensive teaching experience in the area of business economics and financial markets, having taught these subjects for 40 years at the Institute of Social Studies in The Hague. Before he retired in 2020, he was awarded the Best Teacher Award every year since the award was first given in 2000. Dr. Nicholas has further taught at business schools in a number of countries, including China, Vietnam, and Sri Lanka. He is regularly invited to give lectures on the global economy and is known by those who have attended his lectures for his early warnings on the Asian crisis in 1997 and the global crises of 2001, 2008, and 2020. Dr. Nicholas is currently the senior trainer at the private teaching company Etis Lanka, and prior to helping set up Etis Lanka, he helped establish the Institute of Policy Studies in 1989 for the government of Sri Lanka, and he established his own economic advisory company, eConsult, in 1990. Aside from his teaching experience and private endeavors, Dr. Nicholas has spent more than 40 years studying money and business cycles, on which the findings are to be presented in a 3-volume series. He recently published his second book with Macmillan. So he will now speak on international finance, opportunities and threats. With this introduction, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our first speaker in this session, Dr. Howard Nicholas.
Honorable Prime Minister, honorable guests as well, and ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed a privilege and an honor that has been bestowed on me by the Gamini Korea Foundation to make a presentation at what I believe is an auspicious occasion. This is the very first of the Innovators Forum. And it's indeed an honor in particular to be here with Dr. Lloyd Fernando, because it's like déjà vu. You know, we were there at the beginning of IPS, and that was a Policy Studies Institute. And I recollect some of the same discussions at the founding moment of the Institute, that we wanted to create an environment where all these issues were discussed and debated in a cordial manner. Sometimes it wasn't so cordial, but generally in a cordial manner, so that at the end of the day, we came with some sort of consensus on the most important issues. I stress this because what I see nowadays is superficial discussions of largely marginal issues. And I think that this spirit of focusing on the most important issues of the day has disappeared in many fora. So I'm really happy to see the Gamini Korea Foundation resurrecting this again, and it's also nice to see Lloyd again after a very long time and to be part of this process. it's also very important for me because I actually managed to meet with and work with Gamini Korea at the beginning of the Institute of Policy Studies, and there were many things he taught me. But one of the most important things he taught me was how not to bore people in presentations. Because any of you who ever heard Dr. Korea speak would have been mesmerized by him, isn't it? He had this amazing ability to capture audiences. I'm sorry to tell you that I am nowhere near, I'm just in his shadow. But one thing he told me is 3 points, Howard, that's it. And don't labor things. Just get to the point and have a story to tell. And I hope I do justice to his advice. So I'm not going to labor too many things, and I hope I have a story to tell. My story is against the backdrop of, I think we have this, it's against the backdrop of something we're all aware of. So I don't need to actually present any charts on this, but rather it is an elephant in the room that we often forget is there. That elephant is 40 years continuously of a monster trade deficit. That is the elephant in the room. So when we look at the current crisis and we forget this, we're not doing justice to the source of the problem. So I think there's one thing that we can actually all of us agree, that this is one of the most important sources of our current problems. No matter what we emphasize today in terms of the solutions, we all agree on that. What we disagree on is why we've had this 10 years of continuous trade deficits. So this is where we disagree, and this is not an irrelevant disagreement. This is at the core of the solutions being offered and preferred. And so my starting point is I want to make it clear to everyone, I hope you can see this, that for me, the source of the problem is the fact that Sri Lanka, like many developing countries, has never properly embarked on an export-oriented industrialization strategy. Now, what you're seeing in front of you is 120 developing countries. And we have broken them down. I say we because this is really my son's chart. You know, even though I take all the credit for everything, it's all his hard work. But what we're seeing here is that industrializing, export-oriented industrializing developing countries over very long periods have positive trade and current account balances, while all the non-industrializing developing countries, raw material producers, but also those who produce manufactures, but only limited manufactures, not diversified. In other words, the Bangladeshis of this world, even though some people are saying, you know, you should go down the path of Bangladesh, I have some bad news for you that Bangladesh is also going to the IMF now, because they're also part of this bottom group. Whereas the group above are the Vietnams of this world, the Eastern European countries. They're all export-oriented industrializers. Now, why I stress this is everyone blames the budget deficit as the source of the problem today. It's a proximate cause, but it's not the fundamental cause. Because if you say it's the fundamental cause, you should conclude from this that if you don't run a budget deficit, you somehow automatically industrialize. We know that's not true. So therefore, there's obviously something else at play here, and that something else is the export-oriented industrialization strategies. Now, I will come back to that at the very end, but before I do that, I want to look at what really I was asked to concentrate on, and that is international financial flows. And what I do is I break these down into what I call productive flows, that is, all flows that contribute to production in Sri Lanka. And there I split them between those that contribute to export-oriented flows and those that contribute to building the infrastructure of the country. Okay, so these are all what we call foreign direct investment flows. And obviously, it's the first one of those flows which for me is particularly important, hence I've emphasized it in red. The other flows are money capital flows. They do not contribute directly to production. And this is important because we hear now that if Sri Lanka gets its house in order, then foreign investment flows will come to Sri Lanka. Not true. Not true. Financial flows may come to Sri Lanka, but not investment flows. And I have literally hundreds of examples, so I won't bore you with all those examples, but that's very important to note that the investment flows, the productive investment flows, will only come if there is a profits environment that is created. That is not the same thing as getting your fiscal house in order and, let's say, doing the necessary things that the IMF asks us. If we do that, we're likely to get these financial flows. But that is not going to do anything to solve the elephant in the room problem. Now there, in the financial flows, I break it down into the, excuse me, those that go to government from multilateral sources, the IMF, the World Bank, etc., and those that come from bilateral sources. And as far as making us more competitive, building up our production base, it's those bilateral money flows that are important because they're linked to projects, linked to infrastructure, which makes us more competitive. So I emphasize, apart from the export-oriented FDI, I emphasize these flows. The flows that make me nervous are the ISBs, the international sovereign bonds, and the commercial loans. These two, foreign commercial loans, because they carry with them very high interest rates. And if we get into this type of hole where we are having to depend more and more on these types of financial flows, we're just going to dig the hole deeper that we're in. And I'm going to show you at the very end a very interesting chart, again, that has been produced, but it's one that we can't ourselves alone take credit for, because I've recently seen it in, and I think Murtaza is here somewhere, I've seen it in Advocatas, a presentation made by the Advocata Institute, which actually is also something that has emphasized that. Now, what I was asked to do is think of the opportunities and threats. And there I'm just going to repeat something I said at a recent presentation, and that is that in my 40 years of teaching, one of the things I've taught, which is not often taught, is something called business cycles. Business cycles. And I'm particularly intrigued by something called long business cycles. These are 60 to 80-year cycles of growth and contraction. Now, many people in academia call this voodoo economics. Voodoo economics. They say it doesn't exist, etc. But I can absolutely guarantee you that the largest financial institutions in the world, I mean private financial institutions, investment banks, and even central banks in the world, study long business cycles. Huge fortunes have been made on the basis of long business cycles. I will mention three persons: George Soros, Bill Gross, and the partner of George Soros, Bill Rogers. But there are many others. Now, it is a study that they never ever published. They never published the details of that because it's too valuable, you see. So it's closely guarded. I've been following long business cycles, and one thing that I noticed is at the bottom of all long business cycles, the last one was the 1930s, a golden opportunity emerges for developing countries. Because what happens at the bottom of long business cycles is there's a lot of turbulence in the advanced countries, sometimes gripped by wars. And businesses, capital, wants to migrate. So in the 1930s, there was a massive migration of capital out of the United States and out of Europe into Latin America. Why Latin America? Because Latin America was the only part of the developing world that was starting to industrialize, and industrialize aggressively. So the companies that left the advanced countries found a ready home in Latin America. And these were called the golden years of Latin America. I don't know if you've ever seen films of Argentina, for example, Buenos Aires, if you've seen films of Brazil, where all the Hollywood film stars gathered, you know, and bought houses, and, you know, basically these countries became nearly advanced countries at that moment because they grew so precipitously. Fast forward, where are we now? We're now at the bottom of another long cycle. It's not only me saying this, somebody I'm not that comfortable with, the head of the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, he has also said the same thing. We are at the bottom of another long cycle. And you can already see businesses pouring out of the advanced countries. It's accelerated because of the turbulence in the energy environment. I was teaching recently in Vietnam. And usually as I get to Vietnam, the director of the business school takes me out to dinner and we have a gossip and a few beers and so on and so forth. He had no time for me. 2 weeks went by and he called me and he said, "Howard, I just can't see you because morning, noon, and night I'm meeting delegations coming from Europe and the US and Japan and Korea, everyone trying to invest in Vietnam." I mean, they're flooding these countries. And it's not only those countries. They're looking for homes elsewhere. Now, I understand, recently I was talking to an Indian investor, and he said that some states in India are also being flooded now with foreign companies wanting investment bases. Opportunity, Sri Lanka. We're looking that gift horse in the mouth. Here is a golden opportunity. And if we miss this, we have no excuses anymore. because this is that golden opportunity. Sri Lanka is small. The Indian business guy told me, he said, in all honesty, if I advised anyone to locate for personal reasons, I would tell them start in Sri Lanka because it's a much more habitable environment than in other countries. Sorry to the Indians in the room. But it's a fact. The Indians told us the same thing. We had a small group of Indian friends coming, and he said, my God, this is paradise. You know, why does anyone want to leave? I mean, sadly, we're having a lot of people leaving. But the reality is that when people come with their families and they want to send them to school and they want to have a good time, 1 hour down the coast, you're in Bentota. You know, paradise. You're driving to paradise in 1 hour. Go to Kandy, go to Neuralia, Dietalava. You know, people marvel at this environment. So we have the environment, we have the people, we have the resources. These are our opportunities. This is our opportunity. This is the time. And policymakers that do not take this opportunity, I'm sure the Prime Minister will take this opportunity. I'm 100% sure of that. But policies makers that don't do will actually be blamed after we see the successes of all these other countries and we miss the boat yet again. The threat, so that's my last part, is basically once we make the agreement with the IMF, we are eligible for 2.9 billion. Everyone knows that. But 2.9 billion isn't going to do very much for us. We will have obligations going well beyond the 2.9 billion. The question is, where do we get the remainder? Where do we get the remainder to meet our obligations? And what we've had up to now is this drift towards commercial loans and especially international sovereign bonds. What this has done is increased the interest burden on our country immeasurably. And this chart shows you that shift of interest payments towards ISBs. You see the dark area? That is the interest payments on ISBs. Now, the next chart I have, sorry, my son reminds me this is the outstanding capital. I'm sorry. I was rushing ahead to the next chart because this is the one he made, which actually I find is so telling that it should actually deter us in future expanding our exposure to ISBs, international sovereign bonds. What this is showing is that even though international sovereign bonds account for just 36% of our total foreign debt, the interest payment accounts for 70%. 70%. So if we accept the recommendation made to us that after we come to the agreement with the IMF, we can return to the international capital markets and borrow more using international sovereign bonds, I think we're really digging the hole much deeper. So we have to be very, very wary of this, and we have to find alternatives. People say to me, well, you haven't provided us with alternatives. I believe there are alternatives. I believe there are bilateral and possibly multilateral sources. And I believe that there are commercial sources, loans from banks where the interest payment can be structured to make it less onerous. Okay, we need to have a more detailed discussion of that, But my recommendation is that we need to be careful what we do after we get the settlement with the IMF. And even when we are negotiating with the IMF, we need to be careful what we commit ourselves to. Because this sort of situation means that you're going to be in this cycle of debt and interest payments which you're never going to get out of. And so we need to be careful about that. So I conclude. Just reducing the budget deficit, just restoring the tax base, although important, no doubt, is not the panacea. Debt restructuring, important, but is not the panacea. We need to do a lot of these things, but my worry is that we do, as we have done in the past, we concentrate on cutting the budget deficit, restructuring debt, and we forget the elephant in the room. This is my worry. Because the reason why we keep going back to the IMF is because we keep ignoring the elephant in the room. And we have to do something about that. I think what we have to do is complement these policies with an aggressive push to attract foreign capital. Now there, I always point people to the case of Vietnam because they've done it so successfully. And most importantly, it's not the foreign capital which is also going to be the solution to our problem. Even if we get a gigantic company producing in Sri Lanka, we need to encourage our entrepreneurs as well. This is what Vietnam has done, and this is what has changed the dynamic in Vietnam. They start with the foreigners coming in, but they promote their own companies, their own business groups. And that's something that we need to pay a lot of attention to, which we continuously forget. And, you know, perhaps it's really boring to some of you who have heard me before. That was the lesson I heard from President Premadasa during his time. You know, he was so emphatic about promoting Sri Lankan businesses as well. And we learned a lot during that time that we can do it. We can do it. You know, we're very pessimistic about our own people and our own abilities. And there's no need to be, because he proved we can do it. Today, we have the people with the technical know-how. They just need to be unleashed. The same happened in Vietnam. Before they started this process, Vietnamese people used to say continuously, oh, you know, this is not for us. We don't have that knowledge. It's always these countries like Japan and China, they have the knowledge. I know because I taught business students, and they were very pessimistic, completely different today. When I go and I teach Vietnamese, they're always thinking of new strategies and new companies, and all my students are all entrepreneurs. You know, they all want to start something or another. The environment has changed. We've got to do that in Sri Lanka, and then I'm very positive. I'm so positive that I keep money in Sri Lanka waiting. And as soon as I see the signs we're going to do what President Premadasa did, I'm here. I'm here. Those of you can't remember, do you know how much the stock market rose between 1991 and 1994? Do you know Sri Lankan stock market? In dollar terms, more than 300%. Why? Phenomenal profits growth, phenomenal profits growth. And that is what we have to capture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lloyd, for that thought-provoking presentation and also for the walk down memory lane, both internationally and nationally, which was very interesting to listen to. Next speaker is Dr. Indrajit Kumaraswamy, who I'm sure everyone here knows. He's also one of our board members of the Gamini Korea Foundation.
And it's now my pleasure to formally introduce Dr. Indrajit Kumaraswamy to you. Dr. Kumaraswamy was the former governor of the Central Bank of Sri Lanka from 2016 to 2019 and director of the Economic Affairs Division, Commonwealth Secretariat. Dr. Kumaraswamy has over 40 years of experience in policy making and providing economic advisory services on both macroeconomic and structural issues at national and intergovernmental levels. Dr. Kumaraswamy obtained a BA Honours degree from the University of Cambridge and subsequently a DPhil degree from the University of Sussex. He's here today to speak to us on the need for an international mechanism for aid coordination, lessons from the former Sri Lanka Aid Group. With that, let's now welcome Dr. Indrajit Kumaraswamy.
Honorable Prime Minister, Venerable Sir, other members of the clergy, members of the diplomatic corps, members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen. Let me say what a privilege it is to be here with you today. I think all of us who had any contact with Dr. Gamini Korea understand what a giant of a man he was, who strode both the domestic and international stages like the giant that he was. So let me say that my own presentation today is going to focus on external financing as it relates to the budget, as it relates to the capital expenditure and how we should manage it. Howard spoke across a much wider canvas in terms of how external financing can be used to develop the country. Mine is going to be a much narrower focus to see whether we can learn actually anything from the institutional arrangements we had when we were a low-income country in terms of attracting foreign aid, as it was. We are no longer eligible for foreign aid, but we do get external financing to support the budget, in particular capital expenditure. Are there any lessons from the past in terms of institutional arrangements, in terms of how we should deploy that money that we mobilize for the budget? So I'm going to tweak the title a little bit and say that it's going to be the need for an international mechanism for coordinating external financing lessons, external financing for the budget lessons from Sri Lanka's aid group. Now, one thing we need to take cognizance of is the paradigm shift that we have experienced. That is, when we graduated from a low-income country to a middle-income country, one, we lost access to a lot of concessional money. We still do get some concessional money, but earlier we used about 60% of our external financing came from the concessional windows of the World Bank and ADB. Now we are no longer eligible to get that money. In addition, we are classified. Generally, there is an expectation that Sri Lanka, as a middle-income country, is now a market access country. So even bilateral donors are reluctant to give significant amounts of official assistance because there is an, we've come nowhere near meeting the 0.7% of GDP or GNI target for ODA. So there is a scarcity of official assistance even for the poor countries. So if we're a middle-income country, it's not easy to attract large amounts of official assistance. So therefore, we have been pushed into this market access country category. That's what Sri Lanka is now called. It's called a market access country. We are expected to find our own way of financing our development. So that transition then exposes us to rating agencies and capital markets. Now that is a transition that we did not fully adjust to. We carried on in the same old way in terms of having indisciplined budgets, fiscal forbearance in monetary policy, an exchange rate that basically made the economy competitive and in fact subsidized foreign producers at the expense of local producers. Both exporters and producers of import competing local production were affected by the exchange rate. So that kind of policy framework that we've had has held us back significantly. So now, what are a couple of lessons that we need to learn from our experience in terms of the way we've mobilized and deployed external financing? As I said, as Howard pointed out, increasingly we have resorted to commercial borrowing, and it's expensive, and that makes it even more important that we manage this process in a structured way and that we do not just rely on ad hoc ways of dealing with this. So what are some of the lessons? One is that external financing, which is used for public investment projects, should generate a high enough return to pay back that particular borrowing, to high enough return to give a return to the economy and to be able to pay back the borrowing. That is an absolute sine qua non. And so one needs to have a process of bringing on projects and deploying the money which ensures that this objective is achieved. And we have not done that very well. The second thing is, this relates to the big message that Howard gave in terms of the transformation we have to achieve. One should not use external borrowing to promote non-tradables. That's related to the earlier point also about generating sufficient foreign exchange to be able to repay the debt. But if we have used a lot of our external borrowing to support non-tradables. In fact, the tradables, that is exports plus imports in the economy, have come down from over 70% to less than 50% in the last 10, 15 years. So, and that is one of the reasons why we've got into this debt crisis, because we increased our borrowing, including commercial borrowings, and put the money into non-tradables and didn't generate the foreign exchange to support the repayment of those borrowings. So these are two principles. One, you must generate a high enough return to repay the debt while getting sufficient benefits for the economy as well. And the second thing is, do not use external borrowings to promote non-tradables. Then, now to improve the way in which the external financing is secured and deployed, there are three areas which we can focus on. In doing so, we can kind of draw important lessons from the period when we were a low-income country and we were recipients of aid, and we had the Sri Lanka Aid Group to support us. So what are the lessons? I'd like to identify three of them. This is Howard's 3 points. Let me try and stick to them. One is we need a robust mechanism to evaluate projects before onboarding them into the public investment program. We need to have a much more structured and less ad hoc way of getting projects into the public investment program. We have a very haphazard way of doing it. I'll say a little bit more about that in a minute. There is also room to improve aid coordination amongst our development partners. This is what used to happen in the old days under the auspices of the Sri Lanka Aid Group, but we can do more now as well. And the other thing is I'm going to give a somewhat different perspective on the ISBs to Howard. I think a lot of the dangers that Howard identified are absolutely right, but I will give you another angle on the kind of choices that we are faced with, and in terms of mobilizing external financing, and whether, and you will have to decide for yourself whether or not we are almost compelled to resort to ISBs, but with the appropriate safeguards. So I will expand a bit on each of those three themes as I go along. So in terms of what we can learn from the pre-graduation period in terms of how we onboard projects into the government's capital expenditure. So one thing that used to happen was that there was a 3-year rolling public investment program, which identified the priorities of the government of the day and then had a list of the projects which were identified to support those priorities. And each year, new projects were added as the older ones were completed. But there was a very, very rigorous way of how projects got onboarded onto this public investment program. Initially, the line ministry prepared a project, assessed it, and then that project was submitted to the National Planning Department, who again screened the project and carried out an evaluation, A, to make sure that it was aligned with the priorities of the government, and B, it had a sufficient return to get over the hurdle rate of return. It's only then that the project was submitted to the second stage. And the second stage was a committee of development secretaries that sat once a week, chaired initially by Mr. GVP Samarasinghe, who was the cabinet secretary, and subsequently by STs of the time. And they went through each of these projects. So you had the kind of 10 secretaries of the main development ministries sitting around a table once a week, and they looked at these projects which had been submitted by the line ministries and then evaluated by the National Planning Department. And then you had this third layer where the development secretaries again had a look at it to see. And if the development secretaries were satisfied that this was a priority project and which would have an impact on the development prospects of the positive impact on the development prospects of the country, then it was submitted to cabinet for approval. And then it was taken, once you got cabinet approval, it was only then that the project was taken on to the government's public investment program. So this was a very rigorous process of assessing to making sure that the project gave a sufficiently high return. Then so the second point to make is, when you're looking at these projects, it's very important to have the concept of opportunity cost in mind. That is, if you use money for a particular purpose, you are taking money away from another. If you decide to build a road, it may be then you end up with not having enough money to have a support for the cancer unit, for the cancer hospital, or vice versa. Of course, it's up to the sovereign government of the day to make those choices. But it is important that as we go along, that this opportunity cost concept is constantly in the mind of the policymakers, the senior bureaucrats, as well as the government of the day. We often forget about this opportunity cost business. We take projects on an ad hoc basis as they come, and we take them on board with no concern for what it might be taking resources away from. So this opportunity cost also has to be deeply embedded in the process of screening and onboarding projects into the government's public investment program. Now, once the project was approved by cabinet, so you had, as I said, these steps leading to that, then the External Resources Department used to try to match the projects which got the approval with with the priorities of various donors. They then went to our development partners, looked at the priorities of each of them to see which donor would be best suited to take on that project. And of course, one would need to take into account also the resource envelope of the donors concerned, who had the money and who had this particular line of activity as a priority, and then you matched it. So that's how it used to happen at that time, and I think it's important that we restore some of this discipline and thoroughness in terms of how we scrutinize and onboard the whole public investment program. Then once it got, the External Resources Department did its round of intelligence gathering to see which donors might be interested in which projects, then the World Bank played a coordinating role. And all along, actually, there were intense discussions between the government of the day and the development partners as to who would be interested in doing what in terms of supporting our public investment program. And then the World Bank arranged a aid group meeting, Sri Lanka aid group meeting, once a year, usually in Paris, but it has taken place in other places as well. And at that aid group meeting, a lot of preparatory work had already gone on. Dr. Laid was the person who orchestrated all these things as a Director General of National Planning, so he should be really making this speech rather than me. But it essentially then that meeting was just a pledging session. A lot of work had been done. The priority projects had been onboarded into the public investment program. The donors had been matched, and at that aid group meeting, the various donors pledged money for the different projects. So this was a very disciplined process. And so one thing is, you only took on projects which actually had an impact, a positive impact on the government's development prospects. Because if you don't have that, if you don't have this discipline, two things happen. Powerful ministers get their projects in. That's it. You know, if you're a powerful minister, if you're a president, if you're a prime minister, I'm sure the prime minister is more cautious than others. But, you know, if you're a powerful minister, you get your project included in the public investment program. So that kind of thing, it shouldn't happen that way. It has to be subjected to scrutiny and a rigorous assessment program. On top of that, you also need to make sure that the ambassadors and high commissioners are super salesmen for their countries. We should be very aware of that. I'm diplomatic community members, if they're there, I say this with great respect. I mean, all diplomats, even our diplomats, I'm sure, do the same thing. We sell our country as well as we can. And now it's actually even more intense than in the past, because economic diplomacy is a much bigger thing than it was when we were a low-income country. So people are constantly trying to sell us stuff, right? So we have to push that aside and decide what our priorities are, what projects will serve our interests, and then have a process, a dialogue with them, and get them to support our priorities and our projects which support our priorities. Let me finally say a little bit about ISBs. You know, Howard very correctly flagged up a lot of at least he showed us a lot of red flags in relation to ISBs. They're expensive, for sure, compared to the other borrowings we've undertaken. It's more expensive than the concession money we got, obviously, and usually more expensive than the ordinary resources of the World Bank and ADB, which is what we are now entitled to. They cost between 6 and 7.75%. They're usually a 5-year or 10-year maturity. So why did we go down the route of ISBs? As you know, we've consistently had large budget deficit, which needed to be financed. Now, and official financing was declining because of our graduation. So we were pushed into other sources of financing. If we didn't go out and we raised roughly about $2.5, sometimes $3 billion a year through ISBs and other commercial borrowings. If we raise that money in the domestic market, interest rates would be sky high. You've seen what happens when, if the domestic market doesn't think it is getting a high enough interest rate in terms of the macro situation, they don't come to the market. The central bank is then forced to take on the treasury bills. So you end up having massive amount of deficit financing. So what the ISBs served to do was to take some of the pressure off that. And you know, in the time I was in the central bank, people were constantly complaining. Honorable Iran Vikram was there at meetings where people were constantly complaining to me how high interest rates were. Interest rates were 12 and 13%. They were saying, why can't you get the interest rate down? This is far too high. Well, if we didn't raise some money through the ISBs, they would be way, way higher. You know, if we had to get another 2.5 billion from the domestic market, either we would be printing trillions of rupees or the interest rate would have gone sky high. So that is one of the reasons why ISBs were used, because they took some of the pressure off the domestic financing and therefore contained interest rates. The second thing about ISBs is that they need, I think, in my view, a more cautious approach. Now that we need to learn lessons from what has happened with ISBs, because there is a lot of criticism about ISBs, and now I think they are legitimate, that there isn't enough accountability and transparency. Because with project money, you know what the project is being financed with that money. The ISBs, it comes into the consolidated fund and the government uses it, right? Now, one thing is, it might use it to pay salaries. If it does, then how do you repay that money? Foreign money, right? So that is one issue. Second issue is that you need also, I think what we need to do to counter that is maybe to make sure that even for ISBs, there is a clear earmarking of the money that is going to be raised. If an ISB of $1 billion is being mobilized, then maybe the government of the day needs to have a statement on how it is going to use that money. That is a gap that we have. I must say I was a part of the system, and I know I didn't pay enough attention to it. I think with the benefit of hindsight, I do feel that more transparency would certainly be helpful. The second thing is just a point on ISBs. They are actually a relatively stable source of financing because they have 5 years and 10 years of tenure. Now, swaps, other short-term borrowings, attracting portfolio capital into the government securities, that is extremely volatile. Swaps are very short-term and expensive. So of the different sources of foreign financing, the ISB is relatively speaking, it's not cheap, it's expensive, but relatively speaking, it's cheaper and it is more stable. So that is the reason why we went down the ISB route, and that is the reason why we may need to go down the ISB route again, because otherwise I don't know, unless of course we do so well on the budgetary consolidation that we have, you know, significant primary surpluses in the budget, and our financing requirement for the budget comes down significantly, and that we can accommodate that almost entirely from the domestic market. Now, we are not very close to that situation yet. Once we get close to that situation, we don't need to have ISBs or other forms of commercial borrowing. But until we get there, we need to see how we can balance out the financing, so that we are trying to keep interest rates down, and two, we are trying to make sure that the borrowing costs do not get out of hand. And the way to make sure that the borrowing costs don't get out of hand is to have a primary surplus in the budget. That is, total revenue minus total expenditure, excluding interest payments, must be positive. In which case, you're not adding on to your debt year by year. Otherwise, every year you're adding on more debt. That is how the situation gets out of control. And if we can keep a primary surplus going, then the recourse to external financing will come down, and the recourse to ISBs also would be less. And the numbers Howard showed in terms of the interest costs would also be less. But there, I must say, there is a little bit of a refinement I would like to share with Howard, because that is slightly distorted, because our debt stock still has a lot of the old IDA, ADF money. So that brings down the interest cost of the rest of the external borrowing quite a lot, and therefore the ISB costs come out, a proportion of the ISB interest costs come out very high. So let me end with that and conclude by saying there are some lessons to learn from the old paradigm of managing the mobilization and deployment of external financing. But all the time we need to make sure that our system is disciplined in the way we use the external financing, and if at all possible, to minimize the external financing as much as possible while we achieve the development objectives of the government. Now, my final words are going to be comments on what's happening today. The IMF program and the debt restructuring will only help to stabilize the situation. That is effectively a stabilization measure. If we want recovery and growth, we have to do the structural reforms, which Howard was speaking about. And there I very strongly endorse what Howard says. Because historically, if you look at us, we do quite well on stabilization, at least till an election comes. When an election comes, everything goes out the window. But at times, we have done quite well on stabilization. But we never do the structural reforms. Never. You know, I've said this many times. I was Mr. Ronnie DeMel's bag carrier. I was seconded from the central bank to the finance ministry, and I used to go around listening to him make his speeches. I found that when I was in the central bank, I was saying the same things he was saying. You know, improve the business climate, improve the factor markets, improve investment promotion, have trade facilities and trade liberalization, have trade facilitation, have education, training and skills development better aligned with the dynamic comparative advantage of the country. These are all things we have known for 40 years, and we have been talking about for 40 years. We have not done it. Hopefully this shock will shake us out of our previous lethargy or indifference and set us on a new course whereby we get these things done. Because if we don't get these things done, we won't. Now, we have a choice. Either we become an Argentina and have a crisis every 2 or 3 years, or we become a Korea or Thailand, which after the Asian financial crisis, they got down and got the reforms done and boomed after it. So we have that path open to us as well. So we need to decide which path are we going down. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Indrajit, for the excellent economic points you made. I think all of us economists here really enjoyed the arguments that you presented, and also for the very wise practical advice that you provided. And I was also thinking when you were speaking that much of what you were advocating and advising are things that were designed and put in place when Dr. Gamini Korea was actually in charge of economic planning as Secretary of the Ministry of Economic Planning. And I think some of the board members like Dr. Lloyd, Dr. Columbagi and yourself were probably part and parcel of that process. So thank you very much for that. And then we move on to our next speaker, who is actually overseas and will come online, Dr. Suresh Markandan.
Let me introduce Dr. Suresh to you. Dr. Suresh Markandan is the Managing Director of People Power International Private Limited, a Melbourne-based boutique management consulting firm providing advisory services in corporate governance, environment, social and governance, and sustainability. People Power International is the exclusive partner in Australia for Corporate Governance Institute of Ireland and UK. Dr. Suresh Markandan will speak to us about the role of leadership in development, lessons from Singapore. And with that, we now welcome Dr. Suresh to join us on screen. It's over to you, Dr. Suresh.
Thank you very much. Is the voice quite clear?
Yes, it is.
අයිබෝවන් ඔබ සියලු දෙනාටම සුබ සන්ධ්‍යාවක් වේවා. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon you. நண்பர்களே, உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் என் அன்பார்ந்த மதிய வணக்கம். Prime Minister Honorable Dinesh Gunawardena, Chairman of the Gamini Korea Foundation, Dr. Lloyd Fernando, Excellencies of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon from a rather Sri Lankan-like warm summer evening here in Melbourne, Victoria. I'm a Sri Lankan by birth, educated at two schools located in very scenic villages in the central hill country of Sri Lanka. Both these schools were the epitome of unity in diversity, and therefore I'm very fortunate to be trilingual. I have, however, often wondered why our leadership failed many of us by depriving us of the opportunity to contribute towards the progress of our motherland. We were fortunate in having Indrajit and Howard back, but there are many who aren't. The more resurgent of the wave of migration and the consequent brain drain too is a trend that Sri Lanka can ill afford. So, quo vadis Sri Lanka. Leadership must be certainly one of the most researched, yes, least understood among the management disciplines. Martin Linsky argues that leadership is risky, dangerous work, but that the risk is worth it. Real leadership, which pursues innovation and going beyond the boundaries of tradition, is inherently risky. It is a kind of leadership that surfaces conflict, challenges long-held beliefs, and demands new ways of doing things. In other words, it causes pain. Very much attuned to the theme of this forum, which is innovation. Change is painful, and when people feel threatened, they aim at the person pushing for change. As a result, leaders often get hurt, both personally and professionally, because people resist loss. A very famous example is Yitzhak Rabin, who tried to resolve the very long-standing Israeli-Palestinian conflict in the early 90s. Rabin was bringing a majority of the Israelis along with him, but he deeply disturbed the right wing. His life was cut short. Closer to home, I can at least name two examples. One is my dear friend and classmate and schoolmate, Richard de Soisa, who championed social equity and unfortunately whose life was cut short. And the second is the most prominent, Lasantha Vikramatunge, who championed the cause of anti-corruption, both of whom we lost. Ronald Reagan often argued that the responsibility of government is to protect its people, not to ruin their or run their lives. After 75 years of independence, we should always ask ourselves the question, have we made the lives of all Sri Lankans better? I had the fortune of living in Singapore. So let us look at how Singapore emerged from third world to first and became an Asian tiger. This was Singapore when it announced independence on the 9th of August, 1965. I won't go through that whole lot, but it's a rather depressing story. The good news, however, is that bad times always come out with good leaders, and Lee Kuan Yew was no ordinary leader. He reflected on what the mayor of Bogota once said. A developed country is not a place where the poor have cars. It's where the rich ride public transport. I would also at this point out what Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of United Nations, said after COVID. He said, we must build back. But not only must we build back, we must build better. Ed Schein, the famous professor of MIT, described Lee Kuan Yew as a political autocrat, but as a leader exhibiting leadership skills that made him totally depend on the best people in Singapore. Lee Kuan Yew believed in a holistic nation-building approach. He believed in growing the skills of its people, relying on the best people to bring out the best for the country. We spoke of a global hub for manufacturing and services, pervasive innovation, and a smart energy economy. I think it was Howard who mentioned enhanced land productivity. These are all things that help to build a holistic Singapore. Lee Kuan Yew zealously protected the 5 foundation principles of a sound democracy: meritocracy, technocracy, multiculturalism, pluralism, and secularism. He zealously believed that there should be a zero tolerance for nepotism, cronyism, family bandism, and dishonesty. One would ask the question why Lee Hsien Loong became the prime minister. But Lee Hsien Loong was actually very meritocratic in his own right. He was a brilliant scholar both at Cambridge and at the Harvard Kennedy School of Government. Technocracy, in terms of Lee Kuan Yew, believed that in a world that is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, he needed the best brains to be able to tackle problems in a really VUCA world. He believed that intellectual capital was the wealth of the future. Multiculturalism goes without saying. English was used as an effective link language. And in terms of pluralism, the Chinese, the Malays, and the Indians were able to enjoy equal freedoms. Secularism was public policy not influenced by religion. But I'll come to that later, where I have a suggestion to turn secularism into something positive. The World Bank defined these 5 principles for an effective governance of sound democracy: the quality of the public service, the quality, the competence, the independence, and the credibility of the policies. Lee Kuan Yew always ensured that only the very best got into the public service. Public servants were educated at Ivy League universities to make sure that they were both incorruptible and grossly effective. Professor Neo, who was very much involved in the reform of the public service, has always argued that there can be no room for mediocrity. Singapore believed in excellence, excellence primarily in the quality of its people. They always argued that the country's economic performance is determined largely by the quality and the kind of institutions that support markets. This is something that Indrajit alluded to earlier on. The cabinet of ministers constituted of persons who were successful in their careers. They were technocrats brought in to balance governance and facilitate business. The government also felt that these technocrats were needed to handle technical and complicated problems in this VUCA world. Just to give you an example, when I was in Singapore, I was called upon to represent the government. And when I argued that I was not a Singaporean, I was told very bluntly that it didn't matter where I came from. What was needed was what I could contribute to the country, which reminded me of Deng Xiaoping's famous saying, doesn't matter whether a cat is black or white, as far as it catches mice, that's what all that matters. Singapore also believed in creating 21st century competencies. They wanted a Singaporean who was a self-directed learner, an active contributor towards the progress of the country, but also a concerned citizen and a confident person. For this, they needed to inculcate the core values of respect, responsibility, care, integrity, resilience, and harmony. These were the foundations of social stability and integrity. Kishore Mahbubani, the very well-known, reputed diplomat, has also argued that the entire system was based on pragmatism. They were not hung up with one ideology, but learned to balance the best of a capitalist and a socialist ideology. Which brings me to what I recall from my early days in the early 70s under a socialist regime, when we saw the development of a shipping industry, when we saw import substitution, food security, and the development and fostering of local entrepreneurship. These are all matters that have been alluded to by Howard and Indrajit. And finally, Kishore also mentioned about the importance of honesty and integrity, a zero tolerance for corruption, and the highest standards of integrity in the system. We all know the cost of corruption. One of the interesting things that stands out here is the 36.8 billion or 4 billion per annum that have been plundered from Sri Lanka due to export under invoicing. I know that there's been much publicity given to this in recent weeks. And I'm told that recently there was an article in the papers as well that alluded to this. And the Swiss intelligence mechanism also pointed out that approximately 58.3 million is connected to Sri Lankan clients. The bailout and the money we're getting from the IMF looks like a trickle or a drop in the ocean when you compare these mind-boggling figures. This is the cost of corruption, and this is a cost that Singapore could ill afford and would not tolerate. So to eliminate the cancer of corruption, they brought in the Prevention of Corruption Act that targeted not only those who offer, but those who also receive. The CPIB also reported directly to Lee Kuan Yew. And that was important. Not only were assets declared, but also liabilities declared. And Lee Kuan Yew's famous saying that every single dollar in revenue reached the beneficiaries at the grassroots level without being siphoned off along the way. Lee Hsien Loong has famously said, anyone who breaks the rule will be caught and punished. No cover-ups will be allowed. One must really ask ourselves, is Sri Lanka really poor, or have we been plundered? The result is quite staggering. 10th place on the UNHDI, 89% home ownership, a per capita GDP exceeding $82,000, reduce unemployment rate of 2%, and real GDP of 3.6%. From third world to first, a global commercial, financial, and transport hub with a AAA rating, first in the East of Doing Business Index. Howard alluded to the fact how Vietnam is attracting more FDI, but I'd rather say that attracting FDI is one thing, but Singapore insisted that while they attracted FDI, it was on the terms of Singapore. In other words, they left no room for the robber barons of this world to rape Singapore. All FDI came in on their terms. Singapore is a technology-ready city, and as you know, the fourth largest financial center in the world. Now let's look for a moment at Singapore's northern neighbor, Malaysia. Tun Mahathir Mohamad had the Vision 2020. This, just like a sight of 2020, was to achieve a developed nation status by the year 2020. These were some of the goals he had set. Predominantly to create a society which was harmonious with a lot of ethnic amity. On that score, unfortunately, he did not succeed. Malaysia still remains a divided society. However, one of the things he did emphasize on was a high industrialization with a high level of education, particularly STEM. And he argued that Malaysia needed to be a producer of technology and not only a consumer of technology. And to that extent, Malaysia enjoyed a reasonable amount of success. Let us now look at Indonesia, the most populous Islamic nation with almost 320 million people. Indonesia believed on the philosophical foundations of the Panchashila, the belief in a God, just and a civilized humanity, the unity of Indonesia, democracy, and social justice. I recall recently the foreign minister was asked by a news reporter or an interviewer why the picture of Lord Ganesha appeared on the currency note of Indonesia, to which the foreign minister replied, "We may have changed our religious beliefs, but we will never forget our rich history." Indonesia is also another country where I had the opportunity of living for over 8 years. And by and large, it was one of the most tolerant nations in Asia. So purpose-driven political leadership means that the dividends of success must be enjoyed by all its citizens. Rodrigo Duterte described it quite well. He said the test of good government is not whether we can add more to the abundance of those who have much, but whether we can provide for those who have so little. I spoke about secularism before, and I believe that we can turn secularism on its head and try to get the clergy involved in national policy. As a predominantly Buddhist nation, I would argue that the clergy has a role to play to create a national culture of tolerance and compassion that fosters true, authentic, and unconditional love. We can call it purpose-driven theocracy. So let's start by cultivating the 4 states of mind preached by the Siddhartha Gautama, the Brahma Viharas: Metta, Karuna, Mudita, and Upekha. Let's engage the clergy in creating a national culture of compassion so that harmony is restored to our beautiful island. I would like to leave you with this story, which some of you may have heard. It's called Ubuntu. And it speaks of an anthropologist in Africa who collected 10 kids, kept them 200 meters away from a tree on which there were 10 $100 bills. And he said to the kids that whoever went and to the tree first would get the $1,000. These 10 little African kids held hands and walked together towards the tree and collected one bill each. And when asked why, they said, "How can one be happy when the others are sad?" Ubuntu is the essence of the human being, the divine spark of goodness. Ubuntu means love, truth, peace, and inner goodness. It is a recognition that we are all bound together in ways that are invisible to the eye, and that there is a oneness in humanity. So let's hope and pray that Sri Lanka creates a purpose-driven culture of political leadership that develops a land we can all be proud to call our home. May Sri Lanka be abandoned breast to regain the peace, harmony, and prosperity that it has been deprived for so long. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Dr. Suresh Markandan for that very eloquent and stimulating speech, and for also the points you brought before us of experiences from various East Asian countries, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia. And now I proceed to our final speaker for this event, Dr. Murtaza Jafferji.
Mr. Murtaza is the final speaker for this session, after which we will have a break and continue with the next segment. Mr. Murtaza Jafferji is the chairman of the Advocata Institute, and he's here today to speak to us about should the government be owning commercial enterprises. With that, let's put our hands together as we welcome Murtaza Jafferji.
Till they get the presentation on, Honorable Prime Minister, members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I've been asked to speak on a topic where I have done some work on, and I'm trying to be provocative here. So I titled it State-Owned Enterprises, Assets or Liabilities. I've been given 20 minutes to speak, and I hope I will stick to my time. So let me give you an understanding of how I see it. There's a lot of slides here. You may not be able to follow everything. I will share my presentation with you. I don't know why this is doing this. Right. There's a lot of SOEs. It's estimated that there could be as high as 500 in number, and they are distributed across so many sectors of the economy. What is categorized as strategic is numbered at about 52. This chart has a lot of data on it, but what it shows you is that in certain instances where the Treasury doesn't even have a large holdings, because of their representation through contractual savings organizations like EPF, ETF, and the Sri Lanka Insurance Corporation, they exert a lot of influence on the operations of private companies through government governance. So these are some numbers for 2021. They look a lot worse in 2022. Unfortunately, the results have not come out. But to give you an example, in 2022, if I'm correct, the Ceylon Petroleum Corporation made a loss as large as something like 600 billion, which is a very, very large number, because some of their liabilities were in US dollars, about $3 billion, and the currency depreciated by 180 rupees. So there is this argument sometimes that we should not sell profit-making entities. That the concept of profit is accounting profit and not necessarily economic profit. So some of these entities do post profits, but they do not earn their cost of capital. And if you look at the kind of resources that they are absorbing from the economy, the SOEs employ something like 250,000 people in a labor force of 8.5 million people.
And this chart shows you the amount of credit from the formal banking sector that is going to various stakeholders. And you can see that towards the end of 2022, the amount of private sector credit has dwindled to something like 56%. And if you go back a few decades, that the number used to be much higher. The government is absorbing more of the credit from the banking system, and you can see the SOE representation, something like 13% of banking sector credit is going to SOEs. So what economists call financial crowding out, this is very visible here. Now, I'm not included the credit from the central bank, and if you add that, then of course, majority of credit in the system is now going to the SOEs and government. This again is a very dense chart, but it shows you the entirety of the government debt. This is also highly contentious because there is no proper accounting of what is owed, but this was the official figures at the end of June 2022. And about 10% of the total debt of the country is due to the SOEs. So what are the issues with state-owned enterprises? There is the principle of subsidiarity, which says that every issue should be delegated to the smallest, lowest level that you can, and then the subsidiarity of the role of the state in the economy. Now, the problem in Sri Lanka is the state has its tentacles in almost every economic activity. So the operation of the market is being impeded because of the state, and I will explain to you through the concepts of neutrality how this plays out. Then I did explain that there is a difference between accounting and economic profits. The very few state-owned entities, unless they're a complete monopoly, is able to earn an economic profit. And what is the difference is that the way economists look at profit is that capital also has a cost, and you have to apply a cost to that capital. So can you at least earn the cost of capital back? Because if you don't employ that capital in this entity, it can be deployed somewhere else, the opportunity cost of capital. The other things that SOEs have is what is termed the consumer surplus. So the benefit that the consumer gets is reduced because the prices may be higher than they should. These entities have a lower productivity, and there's very little innovation and choice. So there are cases of why the state should own enterprises, and the three reasons are that it's a compensation for market failure, it's furtherance of a strategic objective, or furtherance of a development objective. For a moment, let's have a look at some of these. So you have, in the case of market failure, sometimes you have natural monopolies. So for example, in the aviation sector, say at the airport, it is only possible to have one ground handling, as it is because we don't have the scale, and we have like one catering company, although that is also contestable because some of the airlines bring their own food. Then you have the concept of a negative externality, which means that the social cost is higher than private costs. So you have negative effects like pollution, etc. And then you have positive externalities, which means that the benefit to society is higher than the private returns. And therefore, sometimes those goods will not be produced if the private returns are below the cost of capital. So sometimes the government has to be in it to produce those goods. And then the production of public goods. So let's for a moment examine what these are in more detail. So in the case of natural monopolies, examples are in electricity, in water distribution, in railways, that they're called network industries. It is difficult to have more than one player in the market because of their unique characteristics. They, for example, require a high amount of investment, you need economies of scale, and they have unique factors of production. The next is the concept of negative externalities. The danger there is that the cost of that externality is not reflected in the market price, and therefore there's a tendency to overproduce. And the next is positive externalities, which means that the private returns could be lower than the social returns. So for example, when you build these highways that we have built in Sri Lanka, the tolls can never pay for the cost of the highways. But there is an economic multiplier that we were hoping to generate by building a road, for example, because the time period required and the cost of transportation comes down with high efficiency, and that triggers so much of virtuous activity. There are public goods, economists call them non-excludable and non-rival, things like street lights and national security. And because of these characteristics, private players don't produce these public goods. And these are the 4 reasons why basically you can make a case for state-owned enterprises. But the problem is that where a market failure happens, are there other mechanisms to address these market failures without the state itself being in business? So this is an example of different types of market failures and how it can be addressed through other mechanisms. So for example, if there is a natural oligopoly, you should have competition law that they cannot exploit their rents. But unfortunately in Sri Lanka, I don't know how many of you know this, that there is no explicit competition law in the country. Where you have a natural monopoly like in electricity, through access regulation, you can unbundle the system. So you can allow something like wheeling, which means that I as a private producer can produce in some part of Sri Lanka and use the national grid to transmit my power and sell it to a consumer in Colombo. In many jurisdictions that is available, but that is not there in Sri Lanka. Then there is a furtherance of a strategic objective. In the case of the petroleum industry, of course, we inherited because we took over the assets from the British. But in the case of a national airline, at the time when it was, well, Air Ceylon didn't succeed and we set up Air Lanka, but the private sector would not have had the capital, and there was a thinking that the tourism industry required a national airline, and therefore the government had to kickstart it. Then you have the development objectives. So things, the best example is the post office. There are many post offices that are not viable on its own, but you do it because you have to give a social benefit to society. And even in terms of transportation, there are many routes that are not profitable, and off-peak routes are not profitable. But in order to provide the public service obligation, you have to provide these services, and kind of you can make the justification why you need a state-owned entity. But the thing is that when they exist, they are coexisting with other players in the marketplace. Either they buy things or they sell things, or they compete with private players. So this is where this diagram is trying to show that in some, the concept of off-takers. So for example, electricity is the best example. The state has a monopoly on distribution and transmission, and a lot of the generation is also by the state, although there are private players in generation. They are the sole provider of electricity because as per the Electricity Act, nobody else can provide it. So if there is a failure in their institutions like what we saw, then people don't have electricity. And therefore, any private sector player is significantly impacted because they are a downstream player to this utility. Similarly, you have examples of many producers, and the state is the sole buyer or one of the main buyers of what they produce. So they have a significant impact in shaping those downstream and upstream markets. Also at the bottom, I have shown that in the terms of the financial sector, they do crowd out, and we have seen that as of now, something like 17% of banking sector credit is going to the SOEs. They also, it has been shown that in many countries that if the presence of SOEs is reduced in the economy, that your economic growth can be significantly improved. So in countries like China, etc., that they can have a big impact on the global economy because a lot of the entities there are state-owned. So what are the negative effects of SOEs in developing countries? First, the problem is in developing countries, they have a less developed private sector. So if you have strong state-owned entities in the market, the private sector can never develop because they will crowd them out. There is no pro-competition framework. So as I said, in Sri Lanka, we don't have any competition law here that explicitly encourages competition. And there is also weak SOE governance. So then I come to the question of competitive neutrality. And there are four main types of competitive neutrality. Tax neutrality, regulatory neutrality, debt neutrality, and public procurement. So in simple terms, what does this mean? It is trying to show you whether the state-owned entities have an unfair advantage over private companies, basically. And therefore, they're distorting the playing field. So, say take the issue of tax neutrality, right? Now, unfortunately, our tax policy in Sri Lanka is, even among private players, it's not neutral. Because, for example, we have given tax concessions under BOI without sunset clauses. So you can have two companies competing in the same business, one person paying taxes today at 30%, other person paying taxes at 15%. Because those BOI agreements don't have sunset clauses, it's forever. And some people got tax holidays for 25 years. So if you're in the same business, I mean, one business has a huge advantage over another business. And I've detailed, because I did some work on these things, like example, Satosa, which sells goods at below market prices sometimes because there is a social objective, the treasury is unable to compensate them for those losses. So what do? They don't pay the VAT, basically. And it's kind of offset. This was happening before. I don't know whether it is happening now, but when I did these studies back in 2018-19, so this is an example of absence of tax neutrality. Then you have the question of regulatory neutrality, that a lot of the SOEs are represented in the financial sector, and the financial sector is fairly well regulated. And the question is that whether the regulator treats basically private players and public players on an equal footing. I give you the example of Sri Lanka Insurance Corporation. The regulator said you have to separate the life and non-life businesses. They didn't do it. So when I asked the regulator, you know, what action you are going to do, they say only thing we can do is suspend them. And they have like 20% market share, so we can't do it. So, you know, the regulator, I mean, all the private companies had to separate, but state-owned company doesn't separate. So how can you call that a fair game? The next is debt neutrality. So basically, if you're a state-owned entity, do you get debt at preferential rates to private sector players? And what happens with debt neutrality is that if the treasury gives a guarantee as per the banking Basel rules, it is considered sovereign risk, and therefore it's zero credit risk weighted. And therefore any loan made to an SOE that has a treasury guarantee in the risk allocation for capital, credit risk is zero risk weighted. Now, if you make a similar loan to another private sector company, it's 100% risk weighted. So they have to allocate much more capital. So the willingness to lend to an SO is much higher because you don't have to set aside any capital against that loan, and you can also afford to reduce the risk premium. The next is in public procurement. So whether basically government-owned entities have an advantage over private entities in procurement. And I highlight something from some years ago where there was an explicit circular sent by the Treasury saying that for all government functions you have to go to a government-owned hotel, basically. Not the cheapest, government-owned. Similarly, there were circulars time to time on insurance, that all insurance business had to be given to state-owned entities. And then I mentioned about the network industries, that you have things like electricity and posts that are, you know, because of the unique nature of the industries, they are less open to competition, and it has huge challenges if you try to unbundle them. So what are some of the other issues that I see? The first is, you know, I've sat on many boards, 3 boards. The chairman's role is to chair meetings. You're chairman of the board. You can change the chairman at every board meeting. If all the other directors basically decide that I don't want him to be the chairman, they can change it basically. It's a pure articles of the company. But what has happened in a lot of the state entities, the chairmans are playing an executive role. I mean, then you usurp the power of the CEO. So basically then you have two power centers basically, and then that leads you can have only one leader basically if you're running a business organization. You divide the thing, and the question is that they're not entitled to that. The second thing is the board of directors, there is no independent nominations committee. I mean, when you are sitting on a board, I mean a well-run company with good owners, what you have is that you have a skills that you require on a board, and you want to get the best possible people on your board. But that's not the way it happens basically, because there is no independent nomination process, and basically either the minister or some entity politically connected is appointing well-wishers or patronage or some basis. So how do you bring talent at the top? I mean, running a board it's a tough thing, especially some of the very, very large companies. Then you have the procurement issues, especially after the 19th Amendment. You have to follow all the government procurement guidelines. Unless you have got cabinet approval basically to have your own procurement guidelines. And what many of these people tell me is that their agility is impacted. So for example, the more recent one with Sri Lankan Airlines is their aircrafts are coming due for renewal. And because they have to follow that government procurement process, the whole process got delayed, and they were very worried that they'll have to give back some of these aircrafts and not have to fill the shortage that they will have. The other thing is on recruitment and HR, bottom heavy, top light. So you need talent. Any private sector businessman, any commercial enterprise is say my most valuable resources is people, and especially now when all your talented people are leaving the country. But how are you going to attract talent? And what happens is the bottom is full of people basically, and they are very well organized, and they make large number of demands. So the managers, instead of focusing on providing what the people want and earn a profitability, they are completely distracted by all this drama that goes on. The cost of corruption. This, I didn't make it up. This is all in the public domain. You probably read it, you probably debated, some of you in parliament, but I thought in this forum it's worth repeating. Sri Lankan Airlines. I put a picture there, Airbus A350. The thing on the left which is not clear is a report that's on the public domain. This is from a UK court that investigated Airbus. It's 40 pages. It details Airbus's interactions with Malaysia, Sri Lanka and Taiwan. And I read the parts on Sri Lanka. So what do they report? This is a UK court, right? This was the order for aircrafts. 6 Airbus A330s, 4 Airbus A350s, and the lease of 4 Airbus A350s. There's an intermediary who they don't name, but we know by what happened that it was the CEO of Sri Lankan at that time, and he had created a company for his wife. And Airbus is agreeing to pay this company $1 million, I call it commission, they say some kind of payment for per aircraft, $1.16 million per A350, and for the leases also they're going to pay. Okay, so that shows you the total. There's another very interesting snippet. They were going to pay $5 million for something called market share bonus, which means that if you don't buy from a competitor before 30th October 2015, they pay $5 million. This never made it to the public domain. The total of this was $16.3 million. $2 million was only paid. Okay. Now, that's corruption. But we cancelled the 4 A350s. So the bribe was about 1.16 into 4, something like $4.5 million. The cancellation of the 4 aircrafts cost $115 million. So we might as well just given the 4.4 million. It would have been cheaper. In spite of overwhelming evidence to the contrary, why have SOEs persisted and even grown? My belief is in Sri Lanka, things are run for the benefit of 1,000 people and not for the benefit of the 22 million people. And I finished my presentation by highlighting this very famous book. I don't know how many people have read it. It's a must read, especially in the context of what's going on in Sri Lanka. Why Nations Fail. And in it, he talks about the concept of extractive, political and economic institutions. And they talk about why they persist, because it will change the order of the way these 1,000 people work. So there are economic losers and political losers. And therefore, as much as possible, they will try to sustain the existing status quo. So I asked a question at the beginning, are state-owned entities an asset or a liability? I leave the verdict to you.
Thank you very much, Murtaza. I think that was also both very stimulating and very provocative, but also very thought-provoking presentation. So thank you very much.
All right, and with that final presentation before our break, ladies and gentlemen, I'd also very quickly like to draw your attention to the booklet. I'm sure every delegate here has the SLIF booklet. We'd just like to draw your attention to it because we'd like to emphasize that this booklet is a very important piece of literature because a lot of work has gone into it. It consists the synopsis of all of the issue papers as well. There's a lot of research in this book, and so we think it will be very beneficial for all of you to actually read through the contents of this book, and it will also give you a very comprehensive idea on how you can contribute to the Sri Lanka Innovators Forum as well. So if you haven't got a copy of the booklet, please ensure you do so. With that, we are now breaking for refreshments, the very quick break of 10 minutes, following which we will gather back into the hall for the last 3 speakers of the session. So with that, I'd invite all of you to please join us outside for refreshments, and we'll see you back in the hall at 5:30. Thank you very much. Into the hall immediately. Welcome back after refreshments, ladies and gentlemen. We're now in the second and the final segment of our inaugural review here this evening. And to chair the second session, we have with us Professor Sirimevan Kolombage. Allow me now to introduce him to you. Professor Sirimevan Kolombage is Professor Emeritus at the Open University of Sri Lanka. He holds a BA First Class Honours Economics from the University of Peradeniya and an MA and a PhD in Economics from the University of Manchester, UK. He served at the Central Bank of Sri Lanka as the Director of Economic Research and Statistics and went on to serve at the National Planning Department of the Ministry of Finance. He went on to join the Open University of Sri Lanka as the Senior Chair Professor of Social Studies. His research interests focus on macroeconomic policies, money and banking, fiscal policy, international trade and finance, econometric modeling, and financial inclusion. He has done substantial research contributions published in a series of referred journal articles, books, and monographs. He currently serves as a board director of the Gamini Korea Foundation. I now hand over the proceedings to Professor Sirimevan Kolombage.
Thank you. This is the second session of the forum, and in this particular session, we are going to focus on three particular organizations, that is National Science Foundation, Sri Lanka Economic Association, and National Planning Department. The first speaker of this second session is Dr. Sepalika Sudasinghe.
Yes, and it's now my privilege to introduce Dr. Sudasinghe to you. Dr. Sepalika Sudasinghe is the CEO Director General of National Science Foundation, Ministry of Education, and former Additional Director General and Head of the School of Postgraduate Studies at Sri Lanka Institute of Development Administration, the Civil Service College of Sri Lanka. Dr. Sudasinghe received her postgraduate and master's degrees in economics from the University of Colombo and PhD in developmental administration, specializing in public policy management from the National Institute of Development Administration, Thailand. She's a visiting professor in management at the Management and Science University, Malaysia. For her exceptional contributions and achievements in the field of state and government sector, Dr. Sudasinghe in the year 2018 was recognized for the Award of Leadership Excellence by Women in Management. Her public service spans over 3 decades, holding several chairmanships and consultancies in policy-based committees. We're now delighted to invite her to speak to us. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Sepalika Sudasinghe.
So I have to move there, all right? All right, thanks. So thank you so much. And Your Excellencies, and also the invitees, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Actually, I feel like honored and privileged to be a part of this forum. So let me explain in brief the models, processes, and the practices that we have initiated from National Science Foundation in strengthening the economic policy of Sri Lanka. So this is a brief presentation. I would take around maximum 15 to 20 minutes. So I believe let's be positive after listening to all the speeches, and because we are a strong nation. And though according to the UN report, so we are undergoing a drastic and economic crisis in Sri Lanka, I'm sure that together we can stand. So I believe that it's the responsibility of all of us to protect and contribute from the places where we work in overcoming these present challenges. So thank you, Gamini Korea Foundation, for creating this platform for the experts and the specialists all over the world to contribute and share their genuine thoughts and their contribution to this national task. I represent the public sector. So as we know, public sector is the driving force for development of a country. So because it helps countries to develop their economies in promoting rapid economic growth through infrastructure creation and expansion that will ultimately effect on creating job opportunities in the system. So I believe that in this juncture, public sector Sri Lanka is in need of a organizational culture reform. So indeed, that has to be trickled down from the policy making level. So that means public sector has to be strong enough in delivering, implementing the programs and the projects that are in pipeline in an effective and efficient way. So therefore, public sector training and development is also very important. I think one of the presenters explained widely on the same topic. However, we need to note that in addressing to the present status of the country, public sector need to take the leadership role in creating a very conducive environment for the private sector and other organizations to play. My personal view is public sector has to be strengthened like in other developed countries in ensuring the material well-being of Sri Lankans. So there are a lot of good examples, and you take the Canadian public sector and so many other different models the previous presenters have discussed and elaborated. I think we can learn lessons from those. It's not a matter of copying, but it's a matter of localizing those practices and experiences in reforming our systems and to make us ready to support and facilitate the other players to do their jobs. So with that brief note, you know that National Science Foundation, hereafter NSF, we are mandated to serve and strengthen the science and technology sectors in Sri Lanka. Accordingly, NSF facilitates research and development and innovation to create a knowledge economy. That's why we are a part of this process. Being a premier scientific body in Sri Lanka, NSF also facilitates capacity building, infrastructure development, technology transfer, knowledge creation, and sharing in all fields of science and technology to improve the quality of life of people. So in line with this, and understanding that the technology is the key driver of economic growth of countries as it transforms economies into large-scale, industrialized, capital-intensive production systems which are competitive due to high economics of scale. In facilitating this, in facilitating economic development of the country, National Science Foundation, as a hub institution with an extensive network with academia, R&D institutions, and industry at home and abroad, we have initiated national programs in supporting and facilitating the national tasks within our mandate. So this holistic approach, for that we have created partnerships, and we expect those to be geared towards efficient, effective, timely, environmentally friendly, and politically neutral, cutting across classes, sector, and nationality. Those also expected to bring solutions beyond current practices in isolated areas and bring meaningful solutions to a plethora of issues by adopting more holistic approaches. So I'm talking more about the partnerships that we have developed. So that's the uniqueness of all these endeavors. One of the programs is understanding the food security situation in Sri Lanka remains unstable, and according to the WFP's August publication, around 8 in 10 people are turning into food-based copying mechanisms to keep food on table. Not only that, more than 1/3 of the population is now facing acute food insecurity. So understanding this, we NSF, in collaboration with the Food Security Division of the Presidential Secretariats, introduced the National Food Security Program for Sri Lanka with a vision in building a healthy nation through food and nutrition security. So it's a partnership program. Second, so the Central Bank of Sri Lanka declares that workers' remittances have been key pillar of Sri Lanka's foreign currency earnings. Being a major source of foreign exchange earnings, workers' remittances have covered around 80% of the annual trade deficit. Therefore, it is the most opportune time for the government to start assessing the quality of TVET education and produce more skilled, employment-worthy individuals through the existing system. Considering the country's high literacy rate and visibly unique high intelligence in youth, Sri Lanka unquestionably has the capacity of producing partnerships, perhaps the best skilled workers to the foreign market. So considering this, NSF has introduced a program in capacity building of vocational trainees, instructors addressing emerging fields and demand in the global labor market, harnessing the knowledge of expatriate scientists in the global digital platform that we have constructed. The purpose is actually to connect expatriates to R&D institutions and other public sector organizations and matchmaking addressing the high priority national concerns. So apart from that, there are some other knowledge repositories that we use in harnessing and making a future-ready STEM-savvy workforce. And also, being one of the leading R&D organizations in the country, NSF has identified the need of a platform in creating opportunities for cross-industry partnerships in the effort to strengthen the manufacturing community, to support new partnerships, and to adopt sustainable solutions and transform their interventions, allowing production industry in Sri Lanka, which has been lagging behind over past years. So recently, we have constructed a national instrument database in facilitating these tasks. And at the same time, we NSF expect that our involvement in research will augment the future culture of entrepreneurship in our country. It can also provide solutions and learning opportunities to inspire the entrepreneurial minds in our country to build more businesses, creating better opportunities. We believe that this in return will stimulate more efficient production of higher quality goods and services on which our nation's prosperity depends. So we believe that successful research institutions need to be aware of broad trends in research, such as increasing collaborations and formation of networks, so they can support their research projects to bring economic benefits to the country. And also, NSF facilitates to bring science to the general public, to disseminate scientific knowledge, and to foster scientific way of thinking among people. For that, we are planning for a introduce a novel and innovative TV program with an objective to build a creative, innovative, and entrepreneurial nation. Also, we are part of the educational reforms program in promoting STEM education in Sri Lanka. So, we believe in power of partnerships. Almost all these programs are developed in collaboration with either private sector and public sector agencies. So NSF at the same time has supportive expert committees in facilitating our programs. That is one of the unique features of our model. So if you have heard of this Nonaka and Takuchi's knowledge creating company model, so that really exists in NSF. So therefore, our strength is about partnerships and collaborations. So therefore, thank you again, Gamini Korea Foundation, for identifying, vetting, launching, and managing a mutually beneficial partnership between NSF and your foundation, enabling us to establish stronger programs and strategies to reduce the major economic problems and to support government to build a prosperous nation. In conclusion, we believe that from strategic planning to final implementation, collaboration is key to the success of any economic development initiative. We strongly believe that the models and partnerships NSF planned and launched will facilitate the national economic policy of the government in addressing macroeconomic issues of the country. Our mission is to make that happen. And we do hope that this initiative too will immensely contribute to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sepalika Sudasinghe, for elaborating the role of the National Science Foundation in promoting a knowledge economy for Sri Lanka. The next speaker of the session is Venerable Professor Vijitapura Vimalaratana.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Venerable Professor Vijitapura Vimalaratna, President of the Sri Lanka Economic Association, received his first degree in economics from the University of Peradeniya, his master's in economics from the University of Colombo, and his PhD from the University of Nijmegen in the Netherlands. He joined the Department of Economics as an assistant lecturer in 1990 and was promoted to professor in 2009. With this, it's now our pleasure to listen to Venerable Professor Vijitapura Vimalaratna. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome him.
Good evening, everybody. Dr. Lloyd Fernando, Chairman of Gamini Korea Foundation and Chairperson of the session, Professor Kolambake, Dr. Harsh Atrupana, member of the Gamini Korea Foundation, ladies and gentlemen. You can't see part of the presentation, something is wrong. Huh? Focusing is problem with the focusing. Can you? Yes, thank you very much. I am going to make a simple presentation on Sri Lanka Economic Association, SLIA, on this important occasion. Thank you inviting for us. You know, professionals have their own professional organizations. Doctors have their own organization, similarly engineers, accountants, and other professionals, they have their own organizations. Similarly, economists, we have our own professional organization, that is Sri Lanka Economic Association. Ours is parliamentary approved, control under the parliamentary approved bill that was approved by the parliament in 2011. Well, the structure of my presentation, there are 5 components. Number 1, origin and evolution of Sri Lanka Economic Association, that is SLIA. Number 2, mandates of the SLIA. Number 3, the SLIA and its network. Number 4, the past performance of SLIA. Number 5, SLIA's ongoing work and prospects. Well, when you look at the past origin of Sri Lanka Economic Association, that was in 1995, before the establishment of SLIA, there was another organization, that was Sri Lanka Institute of Social and Economic Studies, established as a research institute. It was initiated by Dr. Gamini Korea, J.B. Kalagama, ADVDS Indraratna, Prince Siriodana, and few others from central banks and economic system of Sri Lanka. In the same year, in April, Sri Lanka Economic Association was established. Similarly, another economic association had been established 4 months before that. It was Sri Lanka Association for Economists. Well, here you can see Sri Lanka Economic Association's inaugural Council of Management. President was Dr. Gamini Korea. You can see some other office bearers. I am not going to elaborate them since I have given 15 minutes. Well, here you can see the past presidents of Sri Lanka Economic Association. First president was Dr. Gamini Korea, followed by Dr. H.N.S. Karunatilaka and Dr. Saman Kalegama, Professor A.D.V.D.S. Indratna, and immediate past president Dr. Upananda Vidana Patirana. You can see here Sri Lanka Association of Economists, the other association established in the same year. Their Council of Management. First president was Varasena Rasaputram, and vice president was of this council at the beginning of Dr. Lloyd Fernando. He is sitting here. And you can see other office bearers of the association. Here you can see the past presidents of SLE, Sri Lanka Association of Economists, Dr. Varnasena Rasaputram and Dr. Lloyd Fernando, Professor W.D. Lakshman, Dr. Nimal Sandaratna, Dr. Saman Kalegama. Well, there were two organizations. They were functioning parallelly, conducting seminars, conducting annual international conferences, publishing journals, articles. Thereafter, something important happened with the dawning of the new millennium. 2000, both organizations merged. Two powerful organizations came under one umbrella. So, highly qualified economists, world-recognized economists came under one umbrella. Thereafter, they worked together. They have worked together since then. Well, mandates of SLEA, you can see our mandates: promoting and facilitating studies in the field of economics, teaching and training programs in the same field, producing reports on issues relating to economic and social development, effective economic policies, formulation of effective economic policies, and last point important regarding, we look at Gamini Korea Foundation and Sri Lanka Innovators Forum, collaborating with similar association within the country and outside. So we are looking forward to collaborate with newly formed Sri Lanka Innovators Forum. Well, SLEA and its work, SLEA and its network, when we look at our membership, our record suggests that we have over 900 members. We are not taking each and everybody as members of the association. We filter entry point stringently. Only qualified economists are awarded the membership, so that we are not going for many members. Instead, we are looking for qualified, only suitable members, so that over 900 every monthly council meeting, some of the applications we reject. Only qualified members are admitted. So those are from different organizations. Public sector is there, private sector is there, central bank is there, and NGOs are also there. So many organizations they represent. Well, next, the past performance of Sri Lanka Economic Association. 4.1, public seminars and annual sessions. The most important function annually is international conference now, earlier international national presentations, annual presentations rather. You can look at what we have done in the recent past. 2021, Sri Lanka Economic Recovery Strategy, that was the annual session theme 2021. You can see here photos, highly recognized economists. We invited them to make presentation. You can't find here presenters of technical sessions. And thereafter, last year, what was the theme of our international conference? Managing Economic Crisis in Sri Lanka. Timely selected theme every year. You can see the resource personnel at the inauguration. Technical sessions are not given here. Well, in addition to that, we organize monthly seminars. You can see some of the monthly seminars we organized last year. You can see the title of the seminars we conducted last year. That was 2022. Food inflation, food security, debt, and lot of areas we have covered last year. That was 2022. And in addition to that, we have highly recognized journal, Sri Lanka Economic Journal, biannual journal. We have covered very important areas through this journal. It is open for your contribution. Again, I have to say, a stringent filtering process is going on. Blind reviewing is there, not one. Two, blind reviewers are there. We collect articles for publications very carefully. Occasional publications are also there. We have published occasional themes on occasional publications. You can see here. Number one, we published impact of corruption on poverty and economic growth. That is really important. And thereafter we published 2020, when we were under the cloud of COVID-19. We were not sleeping. We were not resting. We were working as a voluntary organization. That was reviving COVID-19 affected economy of Sri Lanka. Last year, we produced 9 short-term measures to resolve economic crisis in Sri Lanka. we work continuously focusing on nationally important areas. Well, we are investing in future generations as well. It is not our one of the major tasks. Still, we encourage to improve the quality of future generations. Annual award scheme is there to encourage researchers with the financial support of the Gamini Korea Foundation. That is good for Sri Lankan economy's future. Similarly, we are conducting educational programs. Some time back, we started the first educational program. That was 2020. You can see here photos of convocation. Well, now we are living in the global age. Online facilities available for many study-related, research-related matters. We introduced e-repository. Dr. Malraj is sitting over there. Yes. And we received funds from, again, Gamini Korea Foundation. Now it is not essential you to go to the Sri Lanka Economic Association's office. You can just visit our website and read some of our publications. Maybe we can expand this facility, covering all publications SRIA in the past and also in the future as a national and international service. It is good for our image as a country. It's good for the Gamini Korea Foundation as well. That is one of our major components of the mandate. In that way we can go on. Well, here you can see SRIA's ongoing work. Our council, we meet every month. Council consists of 19 committees, 19 committees. All are working voluntarily. Committees expanding every year. So, Gamini Korea Foundation and Sri Lanka Innovators Forum, we can work together in certain areas in the future. Well, we are proposing some of the collaborative areas for future work. 10 of them are given here. We can expand the list further with consultation, discussion. The possibility is there, not for personal gains. We are working voluntarily for national gains to promote our discipline and good future for the country. Well, we started 1985. Since then, both organizations, associations produce a lot of documents, policy documents, organize conferences, seminars, discussions. Unfortunately, though, most of our ideas did not go to the heads of policymakers, or we failed to convince them certain areas. Either they are wrong or we are wrong. That You have to decide. I am not going to give a conclusion here. Maybe as voluntary organizations, we can change our approach in the future. Well, before winding up my presentation, I would like to say two ideas. Not negative actually, but we have to accept it as it is, reality. Well, in one presentation earlier from Australia, presenter made a good points. Clergies in Sri Lanka, they are giving a lot of sermons physically, online, through radio and TV channels. Still, we do not have a disciplined society. Similarly, as economists, we are writing articles, we are conducting researches, lot of publications are there. Still, prosperity is not there in Sri Lanka. Thank you for your listening. I am wishing you a bright future for Sri Lanka Innovators Forum and look forward to work you in the future. Thank you indeed.
Thank you, Venerable Sir, for highlighting the contributions of the Sri Lanka Economic Association to national development. The final speaker of this session is Mr. R.H.W.A. Kumarasiri.
Mr. R.H.W.A. Kumarasiri is the Director General of the National Planning Department under the Ministry of Finance, Economic Stabilization and National Policies since January 2020. Before his present position, he worked as Additional Secretary to the Ministry of National Policies and Economic Affairs. Mr. Kumarasiri has been holding various high-level positions in the government of Sri Lanka with more than 28 years of experience in the field of development and planning. He closely works with all the UN agencies and other donor agencies such as Asian Development Bank, World Bank, European Union, JICA, COICA, USAID, and the INGOs and NGOs. During the course of his career, he served as director or project director for more than 20 years with foreign financing agencies with extensive international exposure. He earned his master's degree in development studies from ISS and a postgraduate diploma in sustainable development in Egypt. So with this, let's now welcome the final speaker, Mr. Kumarasiri. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much for nice briefing. Dr. Lloyd Fernando, Chairman of Gamini Korea Foundation and moderator, and Dr. Harsha, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Before go to my presentation, I will start with Dr. Deepika Subasingha's presentation. She has nicely started briefing about the government, public servants, as well as the private sector, importance of the private sector engagement in country development. I want to add a little more into her speech. We normally explain private sector is the engine of the growth of the country. I believe that is true statement. And as a public servant, I now almost coming to 30 years of my government service, and she also from the government. And are we really helping the public sector when it comes to the service of the government entities? Therefore, we have to train our staff, our public servants, how to support, how to work with the private entities and the private sector. That might help us for the economic development better than now. And this is the history of National Planning Department, started 1956. I am happy my pioneer at National Planning Department in 1980s and 1990s. Even before he served, he was the head of National Planning Department, Dr. Lloyd Fernando. And I'm happy inviting me this important forum to share with the current and our expectation as a DG National Planning. And I have to really thank him because we have a close collaboration and always we are having a lengthy discussion. He advised me a lot. Always there is any reason to be share his experience and the thought for the development of Sri Lanka. And Mr. Maliathi is one of my boss. He's here and we always get his advice during the past, and I work under him also. And the 1956 created National Planning Division or the Secretariat. Rather, the 1956, the act was passed by the Parliament for the Planning Council at that time. That is the initiation of Planning Secretariat to prepare a 10-year plan, which was 1959 to 69. That was evolved up to now. You can see various time horizon, and the very important area of planning and development in Sri Lanka. Therefore, this division or the department has moved here and there time to time when the subject is going with many ministries. But most of the time it was under the Ministry of Finance and Planning. And the presently also Finance and Planning. Previous it was under the Prime Minister, then President, 2015 as a National Policy Planning and Economic Affairs. It went to here and there, but the subjects were as it is. We conducted all planning related activities under the National Planning Department. And unfortunately I was not here. The speaker, Dr. Kumaraswamy, he also was highlighted about the planning process and the National Planning Department task. And I'm not going to read, and my presentation might be lengthy, but I want to reduce. I know that time has already gone a little more than the plan. And National Planning Department is working with almost all the government agencies, not only government, almost all the development partners, World Bank, ADB, and the UN agencies, all other bilateral agencies. And we are work with them, and also we help almost all the government entities as the planning advisor to the country or facilitate for the development nation. Our key functions under the National Planning Department, we develop the policy framework. I will come to that, how we are working at the moment. But in the functions we are doing, and we are preparation of all the policy framework as well as planning documents or the programs with line ministries, line agencies, whenever they required our consultation and support as a National Planning Department. And we prepare a public investment program. We will come to later, starting from 1979 to up to now. And we have worked with almost all the agencies for the prepare regional and rural development programs. And we assist, we guide, and also we updated almost all the policy documents. Fortunately, the current situation, we are preparing a lot of policy documents at the moment, and it's submitted to the cabinet and approval is given. But the country like Sri Lanka, we are having a lot of policies, but we have to look at whether we are implementing the policies. And when I'm sitting here, I was thinking whether I'm going to tell or not, but we are taking also cabinet decisions. Are we really monitoring the cabinet decision whether our government entities are implementing those decisions? There is no such mechanism to look at or monitor whether are we incorporating cabinet giving any observation into the implementation. But I feel sometimes we are not. Therefore, I think we have to revisit the policy guidance, policy objectives, whether are we really implementing those policies. That is part of our national planning department to do it, and work with the relevant agencies, and other than the national planning department, we have a project monitoring and management department. That also is a part of responsibility to monitor and see whether these policy implementation are happening, and really the cabinet guidance approvals are continuously implementing, but we have to do it. We have to have a strong monitoring mechanism in Sri Lanka when we come to the implementation, and also we are reviewing really the policy time to time, and also we are changing whenever required the policy guidance and the policy objectives, and that is part of national planning department. The financial regulations are given our appraisal process for the project proposal. That is the financial regulations given us. Other than that, the cabinet of ministers has time to time given some authority to work under the national planning mandate. We are working on that. And we closely work with the Department of Budget when it comes to the resource allocation. National planning has to recommend all the proposals go to the budget. Without national planning recommendation, it cannot go to the budget. That is one of our responsibility to give the guidance to the national budget for the resource allocation. And very recent activities and new activities, we are working with the JICA at the moment. You know that everyone in the government system, how the planning process starts. The ministry is making proposals and submit to the national planning department. At the moment, we work the paper-based work, but now we are doing it online system with the support of JICA. And from the beginning, from the ministries, it come to the national planning, then go to the budget and ERD. That is the process. Now we work with relevant agencies to develop the online system, and that will give us the leisure time for the process. Therefore, that process will completed by end of this year. We hope that we will pilot few agencies, few ministries first time, and then it'll roll out entire government maybe after piloting it. And we got the fund from the World Bank and the European grant. Both is grant, and now we are trying to establish and develop our existing capacity for the macro planning. It was under planning department, but some time back neglected, and might thought maybe not used. But it is really worthwhile to have the macro planning, work with the central bank and the fiscal policy, DCS and other relevant agencies. Therefore, we are trying to establish capacities internally, national planning department. And this is the public investment program started 1979 up to now. The recent one we published 22 to 24. The current one we are just updating since the public investment minimum. Minimum in the sense zero. We can't invest GeoSL fund, but of course we are working with the development partners. The grants and the loan, we are working on it. But we just updated the recent one, the pipeline. I have to say something here. Even though we prepare this public investment program in consultation with almost all the government entities and the development partners, but implementation of public investment program and questionable. How we are going to take into the budget. Even we have the investment program that has to be discussed with all agencies, how we are managing, how we are using this investment program benefit of the country. This is our lineup national policy framework. Currently, we are developing national policy framework for 10 years with the IPS and the National Planning Department on the request of the then Prime Minister, present President last year. We have prepared it, the inception report we submitted to the President, and he asked us to give it to the another committee chaired by the Dr. Samaratunga, and they are also making the policy framework. Parallelly, Parliament also making policy guidance chaired by the MP Champika Ranawaka. We are now looking at getting all the policy document from the Parliament, and the President appointed another committee, Dr. Samaratunga. We have to look at all the policy framework and put into the one document. That's what now we are trying to do it. And once it get it, we will have a 10-year policy framework. Now, the present President has asked us to look at 25-year horizon up to 2048, 100 years of independence. We are working on it. And this is our appraisal process, as I explained previously. These are the documents National Planning Department publish time to time, policy framework, investment planning, development related documents. And the guidelines, what we have developed and published. Now we are reviewing after 20 years those guidelines and techniques, everything we are visiting and developing it. We are publishing it very soon, all the old ones currently is looking at. And some special tasks given to the National Planning Department time to time. The recent engagement, we closely work with the World Bank and ADB and all other donor agencies. We get all the donor support to meet current economic crisis and also the COVID crisis previously. And we develop proposals to meet current requirement, 56 million USD World Bank funded, 325 million World Bank funded, and 203 million ADB funded. These three, the projects we developed with the partners and implemented by the National Planning Department. That is not normally National Planning Department responsibility implementing the projects, but due to current situation, and we took that responsibility, work with the relevant agencies. And everyone knows we had last year, maybe somewhere in April, May, June, a lot of queues and all. We use this money to ease those the issues faced by the public, and we supported Litro to get cooking gas to Sri Lanka. Therefore, we managed to control it, and we use this money to bring the fertilizers to Sri Lanka for last Maha, and we can use for the next Yala, and we are expecting balance maybe coming Maha. That's the funds we use at least to resolve some of the issues, and we are closely work with all the agencies. And you know that government doesn't have much money, much income, but we use those money to pay the cash transfers to the vulnerable communities groups. Other than this, NPD work with almost all the UN agencies during this crisis to support all the vulnerable communities, providing support various aspects. We got some donation from India and China and USA, Australia, Japan, and we coordinate with all the agencies to support country. I believe we got more than 300 million USD during this shorter period to support country's benefit. We work with all the UN agencies to prepare 23 to 27 United Nations Sustainable Development Framework. We took the leadership. We worked with all the government entities and the UN agencies to meet together, and we published last year for the 5-year plan, and it was published. Our way forward, as I explained, we have to establish good macro planning system in National Planning Department with the support of donor agencies, and establish online system to submit the project proposal, evaluate, and develop it. And the way forward, I think the Secretary to the Prime Minister was here. We were had little chat outside. Now currently we are preparing the new act for the Policy Council, Planning Council. And we started last year before, I think he's one of the consultant for ADB, Dr. Ratnayaka. We evaluate the 4 models in the world, the Malaysia, Singapore, South Korea, and India, best planning model, and we prepare a good model for Sri Lanka. He done the study for Sri Lanka, but other 4 countries we got ADB support to evaluate countries' model, how suit for Sri Lanka, and we finalized one model for Sri Lanka, and I will present very briefly. He asked me to present, and he only talked this one. That's what he told me, but I said no. I will last with my briefing about the how it would be. But I have a little concern. This model, what I am proposing, is not the one we have already drafted to the Parliament. The subcommittee chaired by the Honorable Namal Rajapaksa, we had lot of discussions, argument, and disagreement while we are preparing this model. But I share with all the document what we have done, the 4 countries and the Sri Lankan models, and little changes. But we want to give capacity development and strengthening the existing system, rather getting another layers into the various places. That might create another issues for the development of Sri Lanka. Then I'm proposing what we discuss and finalize the model for Sri Lanka, but this is the good forum to thought where we want to be. And also there will be the open forum from the Parliament to give your observation, anything, to the draft, the policy council or the commission or whatever name called, but we develop it, and we can share it. It will be published on the ADB website and in our national planning website. We call it National Policy and Planning Council, and chaired by the President, and on the political party only in the council. The Prime Minister, leader of the opposition, and the Minister of Finance, Planning or Policy, and Member of Parliament, various parties. Because otherwise, you can't have a good policy unless you get all the relevant parties into the council. Otherwise, the other parties come into the power, then they say, no, this is what we have not agreed. And it should be the understanding, common understanding, even in the council. And to the council, there should be the planning, that is the function, but I'm not going to detail on that. And there should be a council under the commission under the council. Only the official, various government, President, Prime Minister, Secretary to the President, and the Secretary to the Prime Minister, Secretaries, relevant ministries, Governor, Central Bank, Chairman of Finance Commission, whoever CEO of the Planning Commission, head of the departments, Executive Director, IPS, and other members, academia, research, private sector, civil society, all experts should be there in the commission. And commission only give the directives to the secretariat and other relevant agencies how to create, how to work, how to make policy documents and the planning document, they only oversee and give the directions and the guidance from the council and the commission. There should be a secretariat. We believe existing national planning department should be the secretariat for this. And we have to strengthen ourselves. And we have to get expert from the outside into the system. Otherwise, this can't be work. Maybe temporary, maybe permanent basis or short-term basis. And this is the secretariat model. There should be technical consultation committees whenever come to some subject matters. We have to get the expert from the relevant area. That's the consultation with the committee. Maybe we get the expert from the various private sector, academia or research, wherever. And it should be closely monitor and evaluate the policy implementation. That's the monitoring and evaluation part of it. That separate entity should be there. This is the proposed mechanism. I think everyone can think and see the proposed one. And this document will be uploaded, not my presentation, the policy, proposed policy, council and the commission. You can look at and give your thought how would be the Sri Lankan policy and planning. Thank you very much, Dr. Lloyd Fernando and the team invited me for this discussion. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kumarasiri, for your interesting presentation. I'm sure the National Planning Department plays a key role in overcoming the current economic crisis of Sri Lanka. Thank you.
Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the presentations in our second session, and we do hope that all of the perspectives and insights that have been shared from this platform have proved to be thought-provoking and help us better understand what needs to be done to contribute towards the progress of our nation. Well, we're down to the last few items on the agenda, ladies and gentlemen. I'd just like to draw your attention to something very important, which is our website. We'd like to let you know a little bit about our website, which is slif.gamnikoreafoundation.lk. And the reason I'm telling you about our website is because this website provides a window of opportunity for individuals just like yourselves, academics, subject matter experts, professionals from the industry, thought leaders. We want you, those of you who generally like to contribute your knowledge and expertise towards resuscitating the current ailing economy of Sri Lanka, we want you to go onto the website and register yourselves, because on the website you will see 20 issue papers written by subject matter experts, and they are available for review. So you can make a positive contribution by providing your suggestions and feedback to the issue papers that are presently available on the website. Let's take a look at the website right now. As you can see, we press a registration button and we'd like you to go and register yourselves. Once you register here, you will get a verification email. And after that, you can then access all of the issue papers and you can comment on the content available here. So your input, your constructive criticism is extremely valuable to us. So we do hope that you will go to our website. Once again, it's slif.gamnikoreafoundation.lk. And we deeply appreciate your participation in advance in this national effort, and we look forward to hearing from you on the website. So that's about our website, ladies and gentlemen. We are coming to the end of our session here, but before we wrap up, it's time to, of course, say thank you to everybody who has been involved in the success of today's program. And so to now officially thank our contributors, we'd like to sum up our appreciation in the vote of thanks. To do the honors of the vote of thanks, I'd like to invite the Chief Operating Officer of the Gamni Korea Foundation. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Lasutha Devendra.
Members of the head table, Venerable Sir, Excellencies, political leaders, heads of corporates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As the Chief Operating System, it's my honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks. As you know, our Prime Minister left us, but Sir, your presence at the review session is invaluable, and we deeply appreciate the Honorable Prime Minister Dinesh Gunawardena's patronage to this event, and we look forward to his continued support and the directions that will be given to us in order to make this project a great success. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the excellencies who patronized today, the political leaders, heads of corporates, distinguished members of the donor agencies, secretaries, board directors, chairmans, officials, trade associations, and whoever the distinguished invitees. It is indeed an honor that you are here, and we deeply appreciate your presence here, and we hope to continue this discussion over a period of time so that we can make our country come out of this economic turmoil. So I won't take a lot of your time since we have already taken much time and we've just shoot a little longer. But it's my honor to appreciate Dr. Lloyd Fernando, who's our chairman, who's also the visionary of this project, and who was the inspiration and also the guiding light. And without his guidance, I don't think SLIF would have ever existed. So thank you, sir. It was an honor to work with you and get directions from you. Secondly, I would like to thank the Deputy Chairman, Dr. Harsha Aturapana, an invaluable pillar of our foundation, always helping us to take this, any of our projects forward. So it's not only just as a friend, even though he's just 1 year senior to me, you know, we have always taken this project up very seriously, and we would like to take this project to the international levels and help the country to come out. So thank you, sir, again. Most importantly, our 20 issue writers, invaluable contribution you made, sir, and it was supported by advisors, and the advisors too made a huge contribution in identifying the issues related to the 20 sectors that we identified. And these are only the 20 sectors that we have just identified, but it can grow, and we look forward to improving these 20 sectors to a level where it becomes a policy paper for the government and policy paper for the country, and also a policy paper for donor agencies, for the administrators, for everybody else who can contribute and take this project forward, because this is a nationally important project. It's not a, it's, even though Gamini Korea Foundation initiated it, it's not, it's a national project. It's owned by the country. I would like to thank Dr. Harvard Nicholas, Dr. Indrajit Kumaraswamy, Dr. Suresh Makandan, Mr. Murtasa Jaffaji, Professor Vijitapura, Reverend Vijitapura Vimalratna Thero, Dr. Sepalika Sudhasingha, and finally Mr. Kumar Singha for their very inspiring and very enlightening speaks. I mean, I'm not an economist, so I don't know much about what they were talking about, but still I think I can understand what they were saying. So I think it's indeed a honor and a privilege that you came in and spoke to us, and we look forward to your continued support. Well, I'll fail in my duty if I don't appreciate the team, SLIF team, headed by Mr. Sohan Fernando, our consultant to the project, which is invaluable. He has, you know, worked tirelessly over the last so many months to make this event a success, because it's not only this event, and I'm sure Sohan, you did a great job. We are very appreciative of what you've done. In addition to that, we have our coordinator, Shirani Dissanayaka, invaluable help, even though we had a lot of disagreements on operational dues. I mean, contribution was fantastic. Thank you very much. Then, of course, our office staff, Tosit Jivandara, Sajid, and our coordinator, Tilakshi, for the extended, dedicated, time was not a barrier when we were doing this project. We had to work late nights, and we had to get this going for the sake of the country. So I must thank all my team members who did a wonderful job. And also, this event was viewed by about 50 online viewers full time. And these presentations will be available to you all anytime so that you can collaborate with us and move forward. So finally, I would like to thank the media. It was an incredible media that we had. The event management company, All Solutions, Amal Bandara. Then the website development, Sunet from PM Solutions, our beautiful Trishma. Thank you. Mekala from the hotel, who also looked at all the finer details of the arrangements, because Prime Minister came and everything was an issue, from keeping the podium to keeping the chair. Everything had to be looked at. Finally, the Mount Lavinia catering for their culinary given to us, and the security forces who did a wonderful job, invaluable. So thank you very much, and I look forward to working with all of you as the Chief Operating Officer. Please do contact us at the foundation, and we wish you success, and we also look forward to taking this project to the next level, to the world. Thank you very much.
You were the pilot, you kept all this is going. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much to Mr. Lasita for those warm words of gratitude expressed, and thank you also for your service done towards a successful event. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our proceedings here at the inaugural review of the Sri Lanka Innovators Forum, organized, of course, by the Gamini Korea Foundation. And as we wrap up, I do hope that this event has inspired all of us to continue the discussion, as well as come up with some innovative solutions so that we can all, in our own individual sectors, pool our ideas together and ensure that we can promote overall growth for our island nation. With that, we'd like to invite all of you gathered here to please join us for dinner. Dinner is served at the Orchid Room just across the hall, so please join us for dinner and fellowship. And with that, I thank you for your participation, and I wish you a pleasant weekend ahead. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.